up, everybody? It's July 3rd. I'm an old man. You know how you can tell you're an old person? It's like time flies. When you're young, you don't think time is flying by, but time has flown by because I'm an old man. Life is passing before me. How you doing, Audrey?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
Doing okay? Good, good. How's everybody doing tonight? It's it's almost cheeseburger, hot dog, beer, and firework day. That is all the good stuff. I actually made the burger the other day I wrote to the Discord and I said I had 2 pounds of ground beef to actually use. So I took that ground beef and I made 2 days worth of hamburgers. I actually took it where I made like a grilled cheese, but then I made the burger, threw it inside of there, and then had bacon and threw it inside of there. So it was a grilled bacon. I don't know how to describe it. It's grilled cheese hamburger with bacon.
Loaded
So
grilled cheese sandwich.
yeah, that's what you said. I don't know. My wife liked it, so I was happy. I'm pretty sure my doctor is gonna hate that I did that, but
Did you make the two patties or did you go with the one?
I went with one. One really, so it was a half-pound burger inside of each sandwich.
Okay, that sounds a lot better than what
It
you
was
were
it
talking
was
about in
nice and
Discord.
juicy. Well, I didn't know yet again, so it's like I posed this question to my Discord because my wife asked. She told me one day. She told me she was like, "You need to make me dinner." And I'm like, okay. And I had that ground beef, and I'm like, do you? I wrote to the Discord. I write, do you want one burger or two separate burgers? You know, like that. So we ended up with a thick one. I do like a thick one. I'm not opposed to that one. I prefer more likely, but some people want the bread. You want two burgers, and someone wants, a lot of meat inside of one bun. You don't want all the bread. So it just depends on the person. My wife likes bread, but she preferred the one burger. So I mean, anybody knows this from like eating at the McDonald's like dollar menu, right? It's not like
Oh
the
my god.
yeah.
That's a topic and a half.
What, the dollar menu that's not a dollar anymore?
Okay, I'm old.
All right, let's go
So
with it.
in the 2000s, I remember going to McDonald's
Mm-hmm.
and it was a specific McDonald's in Dundalk, Maryland. And you pull in and you ask for a bag of burgers. And you got to say bag of burgers. Then you
Let's.
pull around to the drive-through and they charge you $10 and hand you 10 cheeseburgers, or $5 and they hand you 10 cheeseburgers.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
It would feed a gaming group.
I
That's great.
I I almost feel like I remember burgers back at 49 cents. Were they 49 cents in the 90s, or am I
Yeah,
wrong?
yeah, that was it. These were
Okay.
50 cent cheeseburgers that I described.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
and then even more recently, I remember going to McDonald's, 3 McDoubles and a sweet tea, plus tax, hand them $5. And it's like now one McDouble's almost $5. Like, good lord.
Jeez. I haven't been to
You people don't
McDonald's in a
really know
very
it's
long
that
time.
expensive.
It's not I'm opposed to McDonald's, it's just really expensive. I get to the point where this is kind of like the Weiss Schwarz rebirth for you. Whatever else you want to see, that conversation. It's what quality of stuff do you want? Oh man, this is just like a crazy leeway or segue here.
Yeah.
So what you see on the screen is a YouTuber. His name is Weeb Investments. He's watched this channel before. Very nice to me, very pleasant, all that. So as you can see here, he does a bunch of openings, which is really cool. So you can see there's Honkai Star Rail from AliExpress, Studio Ghibli. You can see Weiss Schwarz on the screen. It's kind of like that, where when I go to McDonald's now and I think about getting something for $10, and then I'm like, wait a second, that's really expensive when I could just go to maybe a diner and get something for $12 and I have a whole sit down kind of thing and talk to people for an hour. Not like you can't sit at McDonald's for an hour, but normally at McDonald's, right, you're either drive through or you're there for my experience like 20 minutes. You're not having like this whole kind of conversation sitting with people and like enjoying an hour of time.
If you're gonna pay $10 for McDonald's, you might as well go to Burger King and pay 11 to 12, or Arby's and pay 11 or 12, or go
Yeah,
to
that's
Subway and at least get decent food.
Yeah, that's
Like,
79
McDonald's
C's.
lost their way. It's supposed to be fast and dirt cheap. I'm not going there for gourmet food. Stop it.
Yeah, it's not gourmet. It's not which is why I'm having such a hard. That's why I haven't gone back to McDonald's in a while. It's just really expensive. I have a Hardee's right near it, so might as well go to the Hardee's.
Did you see Vincent's comment in the chat that we need to do a barbecue video, or you need to do a
Barbecue
barbecue video?
video. Yeah, I mean,
Yes, I agree with this sentiment.
I have a pork butt sitting in my fridge because I want to do that for 4th of July. I want to smoke a pork butt. So, I don't know.
Well, I think I'm gonna join the chat and demand a video of Big B,
but
Big B's guide to making pork butt.
oh my God, I think I've said it before about the first time I made brisket. That was the craziest moment in my life ever. It was. Did I ever tell you this, Audrey?
I'm not sure.
Where I almost lit my house on fire.
Oh my god!
And that's not even a joke.
Smoker!
If you think I'm lying about that, that is not a joke at all. So basically, should I make myself bigger? Yeah. What actually happened was I first time ever I made a brisket. My wife was 15 years at the company and they gave her the equivalent of $150. You got to pick from some crappy corporate catalog, and inside of this catalog was a smoker, and I never had one. This is what started my whole career in barbecue, and then led me to judging, because this smoker was really tiny, as in like this big, like width wise. So if you've ever seen a brisket, they're pretty long. And what
Mhm.
ended up happening, you have to trim the brisket. You have to get all that fat, all that delicious fat off of it. So, because it'll be too hard to cook. Like it'll take forever to melt away the fat. So you cut it away. But what I didn't realize was, since this is my first time, I put a brisket in there, but it was touching the sides of the smoker. So if you can imagine, it's just like a bullet smoker, like a cylinder looking thing. And
Yep.
what happens when a brisket, with all the fat still on it, I mean, I cut it off, but you leave a layer of the fat so that it doesn't burn the bottom. You, what happened was the brisket actually started melting, but because it was touching the cylinder, the smoker, or the sides, the fat dripped down the actual side of the smoker. So as you imagine, instead of dripping straight down, it went all around the smoker. So eventually, that smoker caught on fire and caused a massive grease fire on my deck. And I was like, holy crap. I was just looking outside. I'm like, wait, it's all black out there. And I'm like, I still saved the brisket. But I had to go out there. I ran out there. I grabbed the brisket. I took it off. But then I'm like, what the heck am I going to do now? So did you ever have to use a fire extinguisher? It was, it,
Thankfully,
wa-
no.
it was beautiful because I had the fire extinguisher. I had to run and find it because my wife put it wherever. I never had the thought I didn't ever needed one. So I ran to grab the fire extinguisher and I pulled the pin. And when I pressed on it after pulling the pin, nothing happened. And I'm like, it's because we had it for years and we've never used it and it just didn't work. And then I'm like, holy crap, what do I do now? And obviously it's a grease fire, so you don't put fire on it. And then I'm like, wait a second, I just closed all the holes and hopefully it just puts it out. But then it eventually went out, but it was crazy because the paint on the smoker started peeling away because that's how hot it was. And then so that got under control. I took the brisket, threw it in the oven. It turned out fine because I caught it in time, and it actually got the smoke in it. So you don't have to actually leave it in the smoker the whole time, right? You just need the smoke to penetrate the meat, get the taste, and then you just finish off cooking it. Preferably you do it in the smoker since you already got the wood and the charcoal going. But the next day, my neighbor was like, "Hey, were you smoking something? Because I just saw like this crazy thick flat cloud coming from like your house." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, everything was good, but yeah, my wife was gone, and I was just by myself running around trying to figure out." So that was my experience. I wish I could have recorded that. That was amazing. What you would do when all goes wrong, but it was actually really good. And I made one like a month ago, so I live to tell the tale. Now I just have to chop it up, cut off parts of it to make it fit.
Did you get a bigger smoker?
No, my wife said we should get one, but I'm like, no, I don't need to because I'm learning how to smoke and all that. I've been learning how to smoke for the last 3 years, but it works. I don't need a new one. I'm that guy that uses stuff all the way until it's dead, and go from there. So I'm an efficient kind of person. I got it for free, and I'm gonna use it until it dies, or I die, apparently.
Well, you might die from the melted paint.
Yeah, well, that was on the outside. The inside's fine. It's not melted. I mean, it's there was no paint on the inside. It was just the outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe one day I'll do a video. But yeah, pork butt tomorrow. Hopefully. That was it. I finished the rest of my pulled pork. Ooh. Pulled pork is yummy. Very yummy. So that was there you go, my barbecue experience. And cheeseburger 79 cents. Man, I miss those days. So yeah, McDonald's. Anyways, going back here to this lovely person here, Weeb Investments again. I'm saying that literally. I mean, he's a very nice person. He's written on my channel before. Why I'm bringing this up here is leading into topic number 1. I will tell you, I did not know how I wanted to begin. I watched this video this morning. And what it actually says is, I'm going to zoom in on the subject of this. I'm actually gonna put it in the comments too, if you want to watch it yourself at some point. But this one says, goodbye Weiss Schwarz TCG Chainsaw Man Trial Deck Booster Display Unboxing. And you'll notice, again, out here on his channel, he opens things other than Weiss Schwarz. He opens Weiss Schwarz. I know he purchased Miss Kobayashi's Dragon
That is a
Maid.
lot of bootleg Chinese that I'm seeing as he goes through.
Exactly. Yes, yes. And it's doing fairly well. I mean, look at the amount of views. So, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter, like, the amount of views. My point here is, like, if you enjoy it. And basically what he's saying in this video, should you choose to watch it, it got me a little sad when I watched it earlier. Because what he was saying was, this is going to be his last box of Weiss Schwarz he is ever going to open. And outside of if they make a Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid #2. And the reason being is Weiss Schwarz is really expensive. He does not like the card art just being screenshots. You know, there's nothing original. He loved the Miss Kobayashi's manga like art that was used inside of it. He doesn't like the shattered foiling. The prices sucks. The fact that there are things called dead boxes that, you know, and sellers that could basically scam you. So, you know, you're paying like a crazy amount of price for unoriginal cards. Foils don't look as good as compared to some of the Chinese versions of stuff. And, you know, like, what's the point anymore? So I could see where he was going with it. And it uses duplicate card art. Because at some point, you see this Aki back here in blue. That one right there. He was showing the rare version, which had that, you know, the rare foiling, and this was the SR version, which had the same exact art. Difference was texturing of the card. And I thought to myself, you know, at some point, many people are going to come to this conclusion. As I was thinking to myself, like, what is going to be the tipping point that one day I'm just going to say I'm done with Weiss Schwarz or any TCG, right? Like, for Weiss Schwarz, what would happen that you would just say I'm done? I'm like absolutely done with it.
Me?
Yeah. Or is that never a thing?
No, I think it can get there. Probably.
And he isn't a player.
Yeah, he definitely isn't a player.
He is not a player.
I would say basically if my friends left the game and or the tournament experience got so miserable I just couldn't do it anymore.
Right. So right now you're thinking the pricing right now if it were to increase, you'd still be like what number would be the price that would kill you from buying this ever again?
I've bought, you know, when I started playing, Weiss playsets were $400, and I was ordering cards at triple value from Singaporeans to get singles. So I mean, price, I'm having a harder time adjusting the cheap Weiss than I had, you know, in
All right,
in
so price
being.
isn't an issue right now for you.
I don't think price is an issue. Now, obviously, if I lost a job and I was homeless,
Well,
yeah, price
yeah,
would be a
no,
huge
I mean
issue.
there's better things to do
But
than buy Weiss cards.
but if I'm living normally, I don't really price at this point really isn't. Mm. If anything, the low prices kind of discourage me from cracking boxes and stuff like that and screwing around with that because I know I'm going to lose my butt.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I guess that's where it comes in the difference. A player perspective on when it ends versus a collector perspective, because obviously he's a collector. Like he just cares about the art and the cards itself versus like what it actually does. So,
Right. And now I would have, I mean, to be honest, if I sat down with this gentleman, I actually would really enjoy sitting down with this
mhm,
gentleman. But one thing that I would ask him about, okay, he feels like he's throwing away his money with Weiss.
yep,
Now, I have done the goddess thing. I have a rather large collection of goddess myself. So I know what it's like to get on that hype train and bust those packs and, you know, and you generally buy them through like a whatnot or a drip or something like that at $5 a pack when they really should only be $1. And you lose your butt. You lose your butt because you're sitting there going, okay, I opened 10 packs. I'm only going to keep this SR, which is the equivalent of like an uncommon in Weiss. And you're just kind of, and even when you get a big hit, for me, when I get a big hit, it's like, oh, it's for, I don't even know what this is from. I don't care.
right.
Now I mean, I bought, God, probably 10 boxes worth of 10 MO5 to get the Cuckoo. I never hit her. I ended up buying her as a single after. And you know that was just so miserable because I would get the big hits, but I didn't even know who the character was because I don't play Genshin
Uh,
or Honkai Star Rail or any of those kind of games. So I was
yeah,
like, okay, whatever. So I mean, I'm kind of looking at this going, you're ripping Weiss for the same problem that you would have in Goddess. Because there's a the Goddess resale market is extremely small. And once the person has one copy of the card, they're done. You know, so it's kind of, I'm not sure I'm following. I'm not sure on you know, again, no offense to this gentleman.
oh
I
yeah, no,
actually
no,
will watch this video later,
it's okay.
but I'm kind of going, you rip Goddess and you're complaining about Weiss? What? That's my first response, just hearing everything. And what I was thinking as you were telling me about it before the stream started, I'm going, uh, okay, all right. I mean, uh, I don't even. I mean,
Oh my god, no.
my goddess binder. Yeah, yeah, that's a lot of
Okay,
the cheating stuff these days. Um, you know, my goddess binder hasn't been opened in ages.
that's um that's where I was at because I was watching his Wii Cross this morning. So how I watched YouTube is I try to watch um a little bit of something about everybody because I it's more just I want to support people's videos, you know, views and all that good stuff. So every now and then, if I have time, I try to put people. There's people that I've wanted to watch for a while that I haven't had the chance to. So this morning was me watching his videos. I haven't seen it in a while. I saw him open Weiss before, so I went back to this today. And you know, I was watching this Weecross box opening, and I'm like, they look nice, nice anime-ish people, right? But to me, I have no connection to it. So it's like if I played the card game, maybe it would be really nice to have. But like no name anime girl that I'm not playing the card game, it I can't I can't see myself buying it. That's the
I,
problem I'm having with it. Is
a couple things. Yeah, a couple. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take a second to
yeah,
address the
go ahead.
chat.
Yeah.
Bennigan's, to be honest, there's definitely cheaper ways of getting it to rip and ship, but my access and a lot of people's access to Goddess is rip and ship, so that's kind of our experience. So I was paying as much as a white for a much for a
Seriously?
Goddess pack as a Weiss pack.
Holy crap. Wait, how would you normally get it?
Apparently, you can go on AliExpress and order it by the box at like $30,
Okay.
but AliExpress once they started figuring out that people were buying it, they increased their prices. Like there's a junk Disney set that was licensed in China, and it was sold on AliExpress, but the company who licensed it was so offended it was sold on AliExpress because AliExpress is generally bootleg junk that they pulled it from AliExpress. So all the sellers started selling it for like several $100s a box.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, from
Okay.
Disney. And then there was this
Okay.
other one where they took
Yeah.
Pokemon characters and put them with Demon Slayer characters. And Pokemon sent them a cease and desist, and those boxes went up to like several hundred each.
Jeez.
So it's really odd how that market works. That's a wild market.
There you go. Goddess is still cheap. You can get that 2M09 box for like 14 to 17, 30 packs, and people got the audacity to sell them for $5 a pack.
Yep,
Oh, this
that's
one, this thing. Yeah, they I could see, so like when you compare, right? You say Weiss Schwarz screenshots versus what's on the screen. Obviously, I didn't watch this video, this one that's like currently in motion right now. I haven't watched this one, but just looking at it, I can see where the appeal is, right? Like,
well, Goddess, you also opened that entire can of it's all stolen fan art.
oh yeah, that's a. If you can't tell, I haven't looked into Goddess story
Yeah.
whatsoever, right? Like, this is one of those ones where for me, if it's something that's fake, I don't want it. And I think that's where that's kicked in for me is like back in the day when again I talked about coin collecting because there's so many counterfeits and people getting ripped off, not knowing the value, thinking it's expensive. I feel the same way with cards, right? Like I don't want to get anything that is not official because I want not to say you can't resell these cards, right? That's sitting on my screen, but I feel safer knowing that my cards are legit. It's almost like cryptocurrency where you have the bigger name ones like Bitcoin and then random altcoin out there. This is how I feel about that. There, you can sell it; it can go up and down in price, but at the same time, there's a lot more risk to it. And if I really wanted this, I would just single out the cards that I would want, like you said.
I mean, I know for me with Goddess, I ended up giving away like boxes of extra stuff because I didn't know who any of the characters were or I didn't care about them. I
This
didn't even care if it was a hit. I took it to an LGS that I was with at the time, sat it on the table and said, "Guys, I don't want to take this stuff home."
free. Did you put a little free note on there? I like
Well,
that.
they got the idea when I said I don't want to take this stuff home. Take it, you
Just
know.
someone take it away from me. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I would say again, like nothing wrong with this channel. Very nice person. He's always wrote nice comments down to me. He's always expressed his concern about Weiss Schwarz and how much it costs. So if you are into cards like this, definitely check him out. I think it's a really cool watch, and you hear his perspective on like why he doesn't like Weiss Schwarz in the current state it is. And I think part of that is the distrust in sellers, which is something that I've talked, and I mean, a lot of people have talked about, right? Buying from a trusted seller always. So it's just, if you only, so again, like if you only have like $80 and you can only buy one booster box and you buy one booster box of every set, what's your chances of hitting an SP every time? Right? It's what, 3 out of 18 every time. It doesn't change, by buying 18 boxes over 18 sets. You still have the same chance at it. Like this is a person, and there's other people out there that have said the same thing, that they can't afford a case, they can only buy one or two, and has, don't ever end up getting an SP and feel like the system's rigged against them.
It
So
took me when I first started Weiss. My shop would only order 4 boxes because obviously they didn't want. I mean, this was 2012, and English. only had booster box or trial decks at the time, so there weren't even booster boxes yet for English. And so he would order in 4 boxes at a time, and that would be it. And I went through 43 boxes before my first SP.
Jeez.
43. I mean, I at that point I was like, they don't even exist.
Yeah, see,
We randomly hit a rider from ReZero, or not ReZero, Fate Zero, the first English booster box.
jeez.
I hit a rider in my tournament support. It's like, so I mean, I totally understand where he's coming from. So I don't want to knock him in any way, shape, or
Oh, yeah,
form.
no.
I understand, but I am admittedly scratching my head, going, "You're pushing Goddess, and you're complaining about okay."
I think it's the fact that he's able to get, like, like, look at this picture over here. Well, this, like, whatever you call this, preview versus, like, this one.
Yeah, because they're stealing they're stealing fan art and having held Goddess cards. The card quality's effing crap.
Yeah, I see that. Zach said that over there.
I mean, there's a new I think it's Mana Grading that's now grading Goddess cards. And I think if anybody ever got a pristine 10, I would call and question the legitimacy of that company. Because there's no such thing as a good printed Goddess card.
Well, maybe it's based on the other Goddess's card that makes it a 10. Right? Because don't they have a separate between, I thought I saw that conversation where it was like, they'll have legit cards, I don't want to say legit, licensed versus unlicensed cards. So maybe there's different standards on that one.
License cards, I think they're called Caillou. The set will be called like Naruto Caillou, Dragon Ball Caillou, Disney Caillou. I think that's how it works. But anything that says like Goddess or Girl or generic names like that, it ain't legit. It's stolen fan art, or as somebody mentioned in the chat, AI art.
Okay. That AI art is crazy. I'm on some Facebook.
Lately, it's very loose, which is kind of why I got out of it. I just got tired of seeing naked pictures of Genshin girls on cards. Maybe that does it for somebody else. It didn't do it for me.
Like, I'm in some Classroom of the Elite group on Facebook, and there's this one guy that's just making every day. It's like a different character using AI to generate the art. I'm like, geez, this stuff is crazy. So yeah, so that's what got me a little down today. I will admit, I watched this video this morning, and I'm like, geez, man. And the reason why I'm down, this is honestly why, because it reminded me of why I first made these videos. So if you go back in time to like when I started making these videos, I talked about map, dead boxes, trial decks being, not searched, but that it's dead, and all of that stuff. Like hearing him reminded me of all the people that I knew it would happen to. And not to say that whoever he bought it from was selling him dead stuff. It could have just been horrible luck, right? Again, if you're buying one booster box or two, the chances of you opening up an SP is kind of low. So it just thinks that because he's not alone, right? There's tons of people out there that have walked in, tried to buy a booster box from somewhere, bought it off the internet, never got an SP, and they question it after a while of buying this stuff, that am I getting ripped off or not? So it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, on the flip side, I would also remind these folks that that's why these cards are expensive.
Yep.
Only the big, you look at a Pokemon value and it's all effing crap except for like 2 cards.
Yeah.
So, the fact that it's hard is what makes you want to have it.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Bennigan's. Yeah, I remember your case mapping video. That's what I used to do back in the day, but I've said it enough times, so yeah, it's a little sad.
Yeah, if that gentleman sees this video, I'd love to talk to him.
Yeah.
Have a chat.
Good dude. I really like him a lot. Yeah. So
no. I know I'm being a little mean and a little harsh, but nothing I feel bad for him. I don't.
No, that's what made me a little sad. It was just like his experience with Weiss Schwarz. The art is something else, right? Like if you hit the screenshots, you're never gonna like that. But yeah, it's disappointing to hear that that happens, and I know happens to other people out there in the world.
We had another YouTube video about it.
What?
Um, the guy goes on. Was it on Global or was it through you? Or there was another one where the guy just goes on he kind of just breaks down in anger after a bad box and
Mm.
pretty much yells at Weiss, "Is it worth it?" And
It
you don't
wasn't
know anything
the
again.
Overlord guy, was it? I remember someone bought Overlord. It was really bad. I'm not laughing at him, but I just remember reading it. And it's just like I think he opened like a case or two cases or something. It was something crazy.
Yeah, and he was like talking about how bad it is to be a collector,
Hmm.
and it might have been Overlord that triggered it.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna get myself out of this funk. You know how we're gonna do that? How am I gonna do that?
I don't know. We didn't really go over the agenda tonight, so I have no idea what you have planned.
I didn't tell Audrey any. After watching that video, it threw my. Oh, wait a second. My wife is here and she's carrying something. This is hilarious. So, hello, wife, Mrs. B.
Hello.
Hello. She actually has. If you grace into this area, you'll be on camera right here. You'll be on camera. So she got me a grimace shake. I haven't had one of these yet, and I've asked people. I didn't know what the big deal with the grimace shake was because all I saw were like people dying when they drank this or whatever it is. Did you try this yet, Audrey?
Nope. I didn't even know it was a thing, honestly. I live in remote little nowhere town of Perrysville, and I
uh,
didn't even know the Grimace Shake existed until the memes.
yeah, I
And
didn't.
I don't know. I saw it. Yeah, I don't know. The
It looks
memes
like it
scare
would
me.
kill you. Right here. Anybody else out there got a grimace shake? Let's slap it together. Right there. Wait, Mrs. B, she got one too. We can clink our milkshakes together. You can put your
Mrs.
arm
B, if
in.
you can hear me, I am so sorry he hasn't cleaned up those play chat, and I've been on him about it every freaking week.
She can't hear because I have the headset on. Woo, clink.
Well,
Good. Cheers, cheers. Everybody cheers.
Mm.
What does it taste like? It's just like berry. I was gonna have like the purple drooling down my face, but I didn't want to. I got to sit here the next 2 hours, and I really don't want to have purple ooze on me.
Bennigan's the wheel was for people who for the
Mm.
drawing for the TCG player link that Big Beaks got. And in order to get on it, you had to send in a waifu shrine last week.
By the way, this is the final plate that needs to be cleaned. Do you see it? The orange is stuck into the plate. I don't want to like tip it because I don't want fingerprint dust all over my nice keyboard, so I'm not going to do it. But this is oh shoot, it's on my finger now. I touched it. I'm going to die from grimace shake and orange fingerprint powder at this point.
You're gonna have a chemical reaction together and blow
Well,
up in your stomach.
yeah, it's magnetic. It's magnetic fingerprint powder. So it's not just ordinary fingerprint powder, it's magnetic. Yeah, let's do this giveaway. This isn't bad. It's covered in cream. That's hilarious because I said I haven't eaten McDonald's in a while, and she got me a grimace shake. I was talking about it. Okay. All right. So again, this is for $15 TCG player gift card for all you lovely people that showed me the shrine that resided in the United States. And again, this is, I have to do this part. I'm sorry. My manager makes me do this. So it is sponsored by people that use my TCG player link. Thank you again for anybody that does use that. It's in the description of the video. You can't actually see that right now because I have it covered. There it is. There it is. So thank you again for everybody who have used my my TCG player link. I used that for giveaways such as this, what we're going to do. So what's going to happen here is there is going to be you lovely people on the wheel right now. There is 4 $15 gift cards. I spin it 3 times. 2 is practice. The third spin. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are going to be your winners. I spin it 3 times just so you know the wheel works and it's not rigged in any way. I mean, it's live, so I mean, take it for what it is. So here we go. Anyways, blah. So this is practice spin number 1. I always feel really bad for the practice winners because you know.
Last time both of the practice spins were me.
Practice spin 2, and I'll probably send it on maybe tomorrow, if not Wednesday.
A third of it.
Okay, so once I click this button, number 3, 4, 5, and 6, you are the winners. So congratulations, pre-congratulations. Harry, congratulations. Harry. And again, I will remove his name, so now you have a better shot of winning. Oh, Firely, a practice winner. Congratulations, Firely.
I don't think that's ever happened.
A practice person winner?
Yeah.
Remove? Okay, so how many? 7 people left. 2 more gift cards.
It's all about 1 and 3.
Look at all like that wedge like merged together.
Yeah.
It's Wolfsong. Wolfsong, congratulations. And last one, good luck. Oh, Audrey. Anime Weeb. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you. Next. So that's your $15 gift cards. I appreciate all of you for doing that. So next one is Guild Thunder. There is 2 winners for this. So like I don't need to spin the wheel, but
there's 2 winners. Do you even need to spin?
No, but it's for I have to. It's the wheel. It's the process. So Lancerlink, you won the Guild Thunder cards. Congratulations. And Jose, I feel like I'd be cheating them if they didn't have the wheel experience. Or am I wrong on that? So congratulations. And lastly, Mr. I accidentally hit it. Does it land on his name? I think that would be kind of cool. Does not. Last one is Mr. Sack King for the Vampire Overlord Vampires. So
such competition here.
Yes, congratulations on your Overlord card. So basically, I know Lancer Link got I'm just gonna explain this. I never got a PO box. So what I end up doing is you are going to send me your mailing address, even if you've already done it before. Because maybe you moved in the last 3 months. I don't know. You just send me your address for the people that won. Jose, Lancer, and Weiss King. What I do is I send you a picture back of the envelope. You're going to confirm that that is completely written correctly because I drop it into random mailbox and you will end up hopefully getting it. You know, you're going to confirm that the address looks right. That's the envelope it's coming in. So that's how it works. I know I did it last time, worked out perfectly. Everybody got their stuff. So there you go. Congratulations. Thank you so much for entering the giveaway, showing off your shrines and all that good stuff. But all that stuff will be headed out your way. Gift cards probably by latest Wednesday. And the people that won the cards, you just have to send me your address. So we'll go from there. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. Congrats. Okay. I feel better. I'm not dead from this grimace shake. Why were people dying? I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't get it again. That's where I land on that. I wonder how much she paid for this thing. It's Grimace's birthday. Okay. I'm sorry, Audrey. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about?
You didn't win. I'm sorry about everybody. I always feel bad that people don't win, but it's a giveaway, right? Like,
yeah, honestly, I probably would be. I actually would probably be upset with myself if I won after the order I put in with TCG player the night. So I'd be like, God damn it, I didn't wait till I had credit. I'm so stupid. So
well, next time. Okay. I almost won. I'm sorry.
Better. That's doing way better than I thought it would right now.
So I wanted to put this up on the screen. When this first came out, when the one ring got pulled, it was like what, near 480. It was at least 480. I think it was like $490. It dropped tumultuously down to 320. And I know I talked about this on my video that I just did, but speaking conspiracy theories, right? TCG player popped up on Friday. I got an email before that, but there was a message about 8% sealed store credit, sealed product store credit. I mean, I thought this myself, and I know some other people in my group said it out loud. And they said, what's the chances TCG player knew that it got pulled, right? Because it had to be graded. We knew about it on Friday, which meant that card got graded beforehand. What is the chances that they knew it and popped up that sale in order to help boost your prices? Again, I don't know if that's true or not, just the thought that ran through my head and then disappeared. But I could tell you, one of the things I was looking at was the amount of listings, and it was like an all-day battle. It was like at 80, down to 70, to 60, then back to 70, and back to 80 because people are trying to sell it back and forth. Because of that nonstop buying that happened on Friday, probably helped by that 8% credit, right? Because if you bought the booster box at $400, you get 8% back, which is $32. You got a $32 in essence discount for buying at that time. So did TCG player know and put that up to help Magic the Gathering? It was all a coincidence. What do you think?
If they knew about it, I wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people in the industry talk to each other, no matter what the industry is. So I just pity the people paying $424 a box, because what is that? $40 a pack, and there's there's one card in the entire set worth $40 outside of outside of the cereals.
I did not look. I didn't look up any of the card prices at this point, just because there's so many different versions of cards.
Okay, yeah, it looks like 164. So you can make one pack. If you get the one ring, you have to hit the one ring to make up for one booster pack out of that box. You'll make your money on one pack in the entire box. And I guess the Nazgul borderless is close, but jeez, that is just negging hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the cards look nice. I'm not gonna say they don't. I wouldn't pay $400 some for that box. I think if I didn't own it and I want it as part of a sealed collection, I definitely would buy it for whatever price if I really wanted it. Because I think this looks really cool. But is it $425 cool?
I mean, with the sealed box thing, I almost gotta wonder if so many people are hoarding this particular box that it won't be anything special in a few years.
By the way,
I mean, the Rudy makes his money off those big super stupid price boxes because in the 90s we ripped them all.
yeah.
Now that sealed box collecting is a thing, I just don't know.
Have you watched the new Lord of the Rings thing? I forget what it's called. It's on Amazon. I watched it and I hated it.
No, I didn't watch it at all.
Yeah, I watched one episode and I gave up. My wife loved Lord of the Rings so much she made me binge like all 3 movies and then all of the Hobbit movies in preparation for that show. And then she watched it and was so let down. She stopped after the 1 episode. So, and the reason why I bring that up is more because it's like, as we've seen with Weiss Schwarz and all that, anytime you get some sort of sequel or something like that, it renews interest into that series. So, with Lord of the Rings Collector Booster Box, does it survive time? I mean, I imagine it does, but
I mean,
how far can it go? That's
based on I probably should say it will because sealed box collecting is a thing,
Mhm.
but I also think sealed box collecting being a thing hurts it.
Mhm.
You know, if I wanted to spend a butt ton of money on a Weatherlight box, I probably have to go to one of like 50 people in the world who still have one sealed.
Weatherlight. Weatherlight. Wait, am I thinking Tempest?
That's Weatherlight was a set before Tempest.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm thinking of Weatherlight.
I doubt more than 50 people in the world have a sealed box of Weatherlight still.
Oh my god, Weatherlight.
So, and I'm just throwing that number out of my ass, but
Yeah.
I don't think I'm far off. So, but in 20 years, because this is a Lord of the Rings
Mhm.
product, it is this Lord of the Rings product. Is it only going to be down to 50 people that have sealed boxes? Is Rudy Chan going to buy up the entire market like he did with a lot of those older boxes? Can the entire market be bought up? Because the print run of Weatherlight is probably like 1/100th of that of the Lord of the Rings set. Well, I wouldn't say 1/100th. Now that I'm thinking about maybe 1/20th, 20 to 1
It's like
maybe.
the icon or popularity of it. It's like the Hololive of Weiss Schwarz.
Right.
Does it carry? Do you, how successful will Hololive Weiss Schwarz boxes be in 20 years versus Magic the Gathering Lord of the Ring boxes in 20
Well,
years?
you'd have to take Lord of the Rings because Hololive, who knows what it's going to be in 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Polygon Games on the N64 was the most awesome thing in the universe when they came out. And now everybody looks at it going, wow, that looks like terrible crap. So, in 20 years, is anybody going to care about Hololive, or are they going to look at it as terrible crap Polygon game?
Look how many different products there are. That's the other thought in my mind as I'm
Yeah.
scrolling through this thing. And I know some are like the case version, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I'm gonna throw out
6.
a hot take. Let
Yeah,
me throw out a hot take.
do it.
The collector set, maybe we're worth more holding as sealed because less people are gonna do it.
I don't know.
I'm making a hot take. So you can, this one
No,
could be
no, no,
thrown
no.
in
That's
your face.
fine.
But that did pop up in my brain going, I wonder if sealed boxes of set boosters are going to be rare because everybody was collectively orgasming over the collectors.
Yeah, that's the thought. I know I don't want to stay on Magic too long, but that was the thought of people when they talk about like set boosters versus draft boosters of the sets that came before this. Was like, okay, let me get this because people are going to have less of these draft boxes and more people are going to go into the set boosters because there's other stuff inside of it.
Right.
It's just a lot of stuff. A lot, like, where that's why I could appreciate why Schwarz or something else where it doesn't have as many. Pokemon even has a bunch of stuff, as has a bunch of products too. But why Schwarz, what you get, like we got a Meister set.
Okay, Pokemon and Weiss, yeah, well, Pokemon in particular, yes, they have a lot of products, but all the products are tied to one core booster pack. So you'll get Hidden Fates tins that have Hidden Fates boosters. You get Hidden Fates promo boxes with like the oversized card and Hidden Fates packs. And all the Hidden Fates packs have everything in the set. You can hit a rainbow or a full art trainer or whatever in any of that product. It's it's effectively the same product but packaged different, where the magic sets are all different products.
The
The
one
collector's boxes has the one ring and the serial rings.
the one
Set boosters has the list cards thrown into it.
the thing I don't like with Pokemon is the fact that you have these promo cards. So I was writing about how I don't like going chasing after promo cards, right? So like these blisters. Pokemon Center has a stamped promo card in there. Regular one doesn't have that stamped version inside of there. Um, there's like exclusives inside of this stuff where I'm like, I don't want to have to buy every one of them to just get that exclusive.
Yeah. Full truthfulness on this one. When I could actually get the promos for games easily and not have to deal with like Yute and proxy shippers and stuff, I absolutely loved hunting promos. My Pokemon collection in the 2000s was like loaded with Japanese promos because I loved hunting them down on eBay and different. And then like I had a local drugstore that carried like every Japanese product at the time, so I could buy Gym 1, Gym 2 starter decks. They had the vending machine. They had a vending machine with the vending machine cards in it, and I had a blast hunting all that stuff down.
Oh, I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
I never got an illustrator card, but I was able to get my hands on some really fun stuff.
Yeah, because I like buying the sealed. Like I buy sealed. So if this didn't have the promo card in it, I wouldn't give anything about it. I would just buy the booster box, right? But this thing has this card inside of it, which means I have to buy it. And then that's where it starts adding up, like all like here, buy this, that, buy one of these, buy one of those. Just very frustrating.
Honestly, even in Weiss, I try to get every promo that's remotely playable. If there's a shot I'm going to play it, I go for it.
Yeah, because this is what I mentioned, right? Inside of the Spy Family Meister set, you have your special PR pack. And God only knows what that actually means.
Yep.
So what does that mean? You have to buy 4 Meister sets?
If it's a playable card, yeah. That's probably what I'll end up doing. And then I'll like give away all the parts inside of it.
So are you gonna pre-order, or are you just gonna hope that people bought enough of these, and if you find out what's inside of it, then you can get it?
I'm not gonna pre-order anything like that.
I think that's where the risk is. Where it's like, I'm not saying that I think Spy Family people aren't going to order this, that there's going to be some left over. It's more just, once people find out what's inside of it, they buy it up. Just kind of like, again, going back here to Avatar supply set. All right, do I really have to? I don't want to type it all out. I'm lazy today. All right. Again, if you haven't looked at the supply set, read them and weep, $49.99. That's
okay, that's not bad. That's still pretty good.
Doing heck good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if did anybody go to Anime Expo and see if Avatar was there? These supply sets. Bushiroad had them there on their website, anyways. For Bushiroad on the Road for $34. I mean, I don't know if they still had it or people bought it up or whatever. But
everything I saw was people buying Hololive.
Yep, Hololive.
I've already seen a Suisei, a Crony.
That Suisei was crazy.
The Crony SSP was really pretty.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who the third one was. So I've already seen a couple SSPs hit. The Suisei was kind of fun because it was in a Discord. The owner was in a Discord that I'm in from a Whatnot streamer, and he threw it up there, so I got to see it before Global did.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my god, that card's gorgeous. But then I'm sitting there getting mad that Bushiroad's selling it at Anime a month early. But
did you like that though?
I'm
not insulting anybody, but I know people are talking about poking fun at the street date being broken by Weiss Schwarz breaking their own street date.
Well, it's true.
It is true.
It's true. I mean, at this point, if sellers got Hololive tomorrow, I'd tell them sell away. Compete with Bushiroad. Yeah, it's pretty. It's basically Bushiroad saying only we get the perk of selling stuff early to collectors and catching FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of ignorant. That's
Yeah, someone wrote in my comments that
for a company that brags about how they want to support LGSs and everything and make their company a pillar of LGS sales.
well, yeah, no, like the Spy Family one's the worst because I've talked about it already. It comes out January 26th, and Anime NYC is in November, like
Yep.
November 17th or something like that. So 2
Yeah.
whole months. That's crazy.
White Sack King, I know they did it with Super Expo, and I wasn't thrilled about it then either.
Yeah. You know my stance on it. I hate it. I hate it because it takes the wind out of like people trying to promote it or even talk about it because like
Right.
I've seen it 2 months ago. Not only have you seen it in Japan by then, which takes out it sucks out the enthusiasm, but then you have it
Why should they,
in
at this point,
English
why
early.
even bother previewing the cards? And to
Oh,
be honest, probably
you mean this?
in 2 days, I could probably go build my Gura deck out of singles on TCG Player. You know, and so when it does release, why do I need to buy it? You know,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna buy it. I'm hoping to find a collector who's looking to move it and get it playset cheap. But if I wasn't, trying to do that, I'd just go build Gura over the next week or two and have my deck and be done.
Oh crap! I
Which is
thought you
kind
meant
of
they
really
were.
rude. That was kind of rough on my LGS and kind of rough on the buyers that I would normally buy things from, but
I thought you meant they were actually previewing it already.
no, but if they did, why bother?
No, I agree. It's just at this point, it's people already
Yeah,
know it's out there.
previewing Revue Starlight cards, but that's for an entirely different reason.
Yeah, we're on the slime now at
Don't
this point.
show how bad this set is because it'll discourage even more people from buying it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, that's where we are. So, oh, by the way, man, I'm flipping everywhere today. I want to show you. I forgot to show this. Here's the shrine from Yusei Booya.
Uh-huh.
This is the trial deck one. He
Yep.
had a message for you. He sent a
Okay.
follow-up picture. So I'm gonna bring up said follow-up picture or the description. Audrey seemed really disappointed I didn't show anything else. LOL. So I put this together if you want to review it on the next stream. So here you go. You got some
Oh, look at that.
we got Breaking Bad back here for you. But
Guy, let's look at these cute girl cards.
okay. I'm gonna start with the seal. We're just gonna go from top to bottom, all right? So
Yeah,
we got a nice
Box
sealed.
one. Girls Band Party one.
I like how he has that right in the middle. But yeah, it's
Oh, that was like the best set for that series.
well, there
For
we
that
go.
franchise.
And then we got Edel Rose over there, the voice actor card
Yeah.
collection.
Oh, I see some money in his sign cards there.
Yeah, he had some really nice stuff. This is the stuff he sent to me. So let's go across the board. It's Akko's character birthday today, by the way.
Yep, it is Akko's birthday.
We got Yuki.
I mean, two pretty sexy Yukina signs there. I'm more an Akko fan, but I can appreciate the Yukina.
So there it
I
is.
love the way that climax looks for Kasumi. That is just a gorgeous card.
That one, yeah.
Yeah, that is just really pretty.
Yeah, so really nice. Look at that one.
Ooh, that's her SSP.
Yep. So yeah, nice collection. So are you a little bit happier about his signatures there?
His signatures look pretty nice.
Yes, the whole collection. I see again. I love a nice sealed collection just because you could see that all the way. Especially, I know Bang Dream has so many installments that it actually is worthwhile, right? There's some sets that only have like 2 things, which isn't as cool. But with Bang Dream, you can actually see it the whole way. Oh, yeah, there it is. I was like, where's the other one? But MyGo, so he can pick up MyGo whenever that comes out.
Yep, he'll have the MyGo TD display, I'm sure.
Yes.
And there's a premium set coming out, if I remember correctly.
Yes, there is a premium set coming out. I saw pre-orders for that come up. So there's your.
I thought it existed until I saw the pre-orders.
Yeah. So there it is. There's your bang dream. Hopefully that fulfills your. I just think this TD. Oh, you know what's the most. One of the things I discovered, because obviously I didn't buy the Japanese version. You know, I like collecting sealed displays. That is one of my things because look how it looks.
Yep.
I mean, it's just nice. You got the picture on top. I wish it was in color, but you know what? At least you still have the picture. Licorice Recoil has no picture on it at all. There's no picture on it. It's just the Licorice Recoil words written in Japanese with these blue and pink dots. You know, so they're just gray on the box. That's all it's on there. And I'm
Huh.
like, do I buy like I've been collecting sealed displays because I just think it looks really cool. And I'm staring at that. It reminds me of like the Toy Story where the toys hell? Sorry, there's loud booms, and I thought it was my wife, and then I realized it's probably neighbors shooting fireworks outside of here. Either that, or I'm getting shot at, and I don't know it. But
And you live in New York City, so probably not.
yeah, no, I should be okay. I live in the country though. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, I don't know if I want to buy it now. Like, not only are you not putting signatures in Licorice Recoil, you didn't even put pictures on the display for me to collect, like to want to
It
collect.
might be. It might be. I might as well buy it because it's going to be so freaking cheap.
I mean,
Like, I have not seen any positive buzz about Licorice Recoil as a set after release.
oh, even with your friends playing it?
Yeah. Well,
Jeez.
if Ty Pruitt's in the chat, he walked out. There was a tourney he played with it, and he literally said, "I'm throwing it on a shelf."
Yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, it's the set's something else. So you might be able to get that one. Even with no signs, you might be able to, and the cards being junk, you might be able to get those pretty cheap.
So, but like the display itself,
Yeah.
I don't. No, I mean like I don't want to buy the display. There's nothing to display. It just says Licorice Recoil on it. It doesn't have a picture.
It
It's
could
so
be cheap
boring.
as well, even though it's ugly.
That this is the point is to see the nice cool pictures across the board. So it's another thing that tells me it's like what are you guys doing here, right? Like to see all of this is really neat. To have the thing to say Licorice Recoil with a bunch of dots all over it, it's kind of pathetic.
Budget cut.
Budget cuts. I can't put it on here. First you take the colors away, and now you take the images away. Like, what's the deal? Oh my god, it's fireworks. Freaking loud. I love fireworks, but I'm not ready for it since I'm sitting here talking to you about it. Uh, yeah, so I don't know. Licorice Recoil doing real bad. Oh, by the way, I don't know if anybody's doing this. What you have until July 7th? July 7th to put in your second order of 1 million yen Mickey right here. I think they said there was like 13 of them. I thought I read somewhere that there was 13 of these left. So some people canceled their orders and now they're opening up another lottery on it. Have you seen any of these have you seen an actual pictures of someone with it?
Um,
I have it.
no, outside of that, only one I've seen is on the stream when they announced it.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean that should mean if I remember the number right, that there's 87 of these things out there in the world, and I just haven't seen someone like hold it. Or do you even hold that? Should I show anybody that I have that card?
You probably have it in a bank vault somewhere in a box.
You mean this vault right here, the eBay vault?
Oh, we're going there. Okay.
I just had it up. I didn't know where we were going tonight. I didn't expect to go here, but the eBay vault. I did not have a chance to read this. What's happening with this? I know you brought it up earlier.
Basically, I watched a YouTube video where a guy was taking submissions to send people's cards to the eBay vault, which basically eBay holds on to it there, and people can buy the card from you, and they can choose to keep it in the eBay vault. And eBay keeps it in storage for a fee, and I guess it's insured and protected and everything. And I was just going, why? why? I get, wanting to collect the cards. I mean, but if you collect the card, don't you want to see it once in a while? Maybe hold it and go, ha, my precious, I have this. I mean, just something. So we were discussing the idea of cards being 100% investments, and it depressed me.
Oh, look at that. They even have like an app or whatever the heck this is right here. It's items in the eBay vault 350. This is crazy. What does that say? 2000 Bowman Chrome Tom Brady. Gain loss lifetime gain and loss over lifetime $6,000. eBay market value $6,213.19. Yeah, it's like a stock market. It's got a.
You say booyah? It isn't even an NFT. At least an NFT, I can open up a picture file on my computer and look at it.
You have that little thumbnail. You probably click on it.
I guess you're right. You can look at it in the app, but
you look at it. That'd be cool if you could like zoom in on it. Like you click a little like live action camera and it'll take you to your card. That'd be neat. Just to make sure it's there. I mean, I know people that do that with gold.
Think about the scene here. You go to your LGS and somebody's talking about a REM card. And you're like, ha ha ha, I have it. Let me pull up my eBay Vault app and show you the REM on my eBay Vault. See, look at my eBay Vault app. It has my REM card. Ha ha ha. I mean, that just sounds horrible.
If you're just looking to sell it, that's actually a good thing. I know it sounds crazy, but if you go
even buy something that's sitting in an eBay Vault, I want my darn card.
No, I know, but like if you could basically tell somebody, right? It's like when I see on Facebook people talking about a middle person. In this scenario, this is certified by PSA. All cards are certified by PSA before storage. They're sitting there in the vault held by eBay. And you can basically say the condition is 100% solid. PSA verifies it, and it's been sitting in the eBay vault, which can be proven, and you just sell it and it goes to that person and then they can go and collect it.
Okay, logically, I totally get all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I get the idea of using a card as an investment, flipping it for money, holding it for long term, making sure it's perfectly protected and insured. Logically, I understand all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think collecting is logical. There's nothing logical about spending $300 for a piece of cardboard with Iris's signature stamped on it. Well, I didn't do that. My significant other did it for me. But still, there's nothing logical about that at all. So, while in the back of my head, I'm going, yeah, okay, this all makes sense. But the emotional collector player in me is just going, what the flying beat?
Wait, what do you mean it's not logical to buy a $300 Iris card?
It's not. It's a piece of cardboard. $300 is like a car payment for me, or or dinner for like 3 weeks. I mean, buying cardboard for lots of money is not very logical. As far, it's very emotional. I wanted that card and Ben bought it for me because it was Iris. That's a very emotional thing.
Yeah, I'm with you say booyah. You could say that about any luxury item. I could say, and I'm just gonna say this, like I could say as a person that hasn't played any of these Weiss Schwarz, right? Like haven't officially played it. Like I played it, casually, but not officially. To buy a $300 playset and do that how many times a year seems like a really big waste of money to me. And I know you could say you get hours of fun and all that stuff out of it. I say that about buying a $60 PlayStation game too, right? So I'm one of those people.
Right.
Like
in the most extreme situation, anything that isn't food, shelter, transportation is illogical.
All of it's a waste. Yeah.
But cardboard itself, buying a piece of cardboard for umpteen amounts of money. It's a piece of cardboard. I could cut up this Canadian Post box and have lots of pieces of cardboard. It's because I have the emotional attachment on Iris and her little gold stamp signature on the card that makes me, want the card enough for someone to buy it for me. It's a totally emotional thing. So I guess I'm having a crisis inside of my head between what I know is logically and sensible and all the emotional stuff that you put into collecting. The whole reason you're a collector is because you love, which is not very logical, stuff.
No,
Wink,
yeah.
wink, I have never owned 4 irises. My one is already slabbed through a custom slabber, and that's plenty for me. Because if I bought 4 of them for my deck, then I'd have to max ready the whole deck, and I do not have $1,000 each for my 4 Guras. I'm very completionist. I can't do something halfway.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of a way to say it, but I don't think there is a way to say it outside of we all like what we like. I mean, and to me, I've always had a hard time with people saying it's just a piece of cardboard. Because if it truly was a piece of cardboard, then outside of any sort of real tournament setting, right? For official tournament Bushiroad thing, why don't people just print out fake copies of these cards and play with them?
Have you seen what commander decks look like these days?
No, I meant Weiss Schwarz.
No,
So why spend $300 on a playset when you could just print them out from your printer for $20 then? If it's just a piece of cardboard and it's not an official tournament, why do people spend $300 on a playset?
If you look at Magic Commander players, they're not. They're printing them out on their printers.
No, I know, but Weiss Schwarz. Let's sticking with Weiss Schwarz. If like an Iris at 300 is illogical.
I've seen proxy decks in non-official tournaments.
Okay.
That does happen.
Yeah, no, so that's what I mean. So shouldn't your mind go then, why am I spending $300 on these Hololive play sets when I could just print the sucker out and play with it? It's a better use of my money.
2 reasons. 1, because I play in official tournaments.
Okay.
2, because I drool all over Iris, and so I'm emotionally driven to buy her cards. There's nothing logical about it. My heart goes, Iris is wonderful. She sings beautifully. God, she has a hot body. Take my money.
So is it really
about that?
Wait, so are you arguing against yourself? Like I don't know. I don't know at this point. Well,
okay, wait. Let me restart because I'm getting worked up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Breather.
Okay. I am basically saying that while I understand the idea of the eBay vault, and I understand why certain people would do it, and I get that they're treating their cards like an investor, and they're treating them as an investment, keeping them stashed where they're insured, and making them easy to make transactions when they're ready to flip, and all those things that investors and flippers do, treating them like the stock market. The collector in me, who's emotionally attached to said cards, is screaming, "Oh my God, what the?" If that makes any sense at all.
Kind of. I mean, I guess it just depends on it depends on where you are in life. How about that? Because I know there are rich people that have safety deposit rates at banks where they stuff a bunch of jewelry into. Like that happens. Even though they want to wear it, they shove it into a vault, or I guess a safety deposit box. Well, I guess it's inside of a vault.
They do that for trading cards.
Yeah. So to me, it's just an extension.
I've heard of many people have Lotuses in their bank vaults.
I'd rather give that to eBay than have it sitting at a bank. That's what I would rather say. That's for sure.
Drive to the bank and go, yo, I want to enjoy the fact that I own this Black Lotus, so I need to go in my box. And then I'm going to open my box, and I'm going to sit there like a little miser, like little Mr. Schmiegel, go, my precious, and drool all over the fact that I have this card, and I'm going to put it in the back in the bank vault, walk out, and go away. I can't do that. And I can look on my app and see it, but that doesn't sound nearly as fulfilling as holding it.
Yeah, they can send it to you, though. I think like the part that scares me about keeping it in a small bank is, you ever hear what happens to banks that get taken over? Or, like where the government would just seize the contents of said vault. It's good luck trying to get your stuff out of the vault afterwards. Like, at least with eBay, I feel like you have a guarantee, you have the pricing on it. They'd have to pay you back for it if something happens.
Yeah.
I would imagine in here.
I could, like I said, logically, I totally get all of this and I understand it. The collector in me is going, what? You know, the collector part of me is just going, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's different walks of life, I guess.
And I'm basically, now I do think collecting, I would call putting your cards in the eBay vault investing. I would say collecting, though, is a very emotional thing. And, I guess that's why I'm leaning more towards that side in this conversation.
You just don't like the investment side of it.
I mean, it is kind of cringy to me. I'll admit that. Nope. I'm not trying to disrespect the people who do that. And they've got way more money than I could ever have.
I like
And
the
they'll have
vault.
way more money in their cardboard than I'll ever have. Part of me's going, the fuck.
Yeah, I like that vault. I don't know how it calculates the actual price of said card. Maybe it uses the last type of card sold to base it off of. But I think it's just really neat to actually know that my card's safe inside of eBay, that they assign it some sort of value to it. And at any point, I could sell this thing and it would just be all taken care of like a middleman. If I really wanted it, I could probably just whatever. Oh, withdraw an item. Withdraw an item and we'll ship it directly from the eBay vault to you for a minimal fee. I think that sounds pretty good to me. Just knowing that it's safe, right? Because the thing that people don't ever do, right? Not don't, but most people, how much of your collection sits in your apartment or your house right now? And you don't have to answer that. But my point with that is, do you know what happens if your house catches on fire, your apartment catches on fire? If someone steals said cards from your apartment or your home? Like, how much money will your insurance company give you for that?
Nothing. I've had a house fire.
Yeah.
Collectibles are, for the most part, aren't
Yeah, you need to schedule that onto your insurance policy, and people do not. People do not.
The fire insurance won't cover it because they can't determine a price and that you actually had it. And stuff.
Yeah, you have to schedule it onto your policy.
I had a house burned down.
Right.
And all of my magic stuff was just, sorry, can't do anything about it.
Yep. Unless, yeah, you have to schedule it. You have to pay more money for it. Having this inside of the eBay vault, I feel like, right, there's just storage. You might, what is it? No sales tax when you ship, plus no storage or selling fees ever. Where's the fees? Don't you pay to store this? No sales tax, storage, or seller fees. I think it literally just says it's free.
And the YouTube video, and to make it on top of it, the YouTube video, you were paying a dude to send it to the eBay vault. He was like middlemaning for you. It's like, wow. So I was also sitting there thinking, wow, that's a pretty good racket for this dude. He's already sending a bunch of expensive Pokemon cards, so he'll just add yours to the order.
Yeah. Yeah, I
mean, respect.
I like it.
I've watched the guy's YouTube videos. Respect the hustle. Totally respect the hustle.
Can you imagine if I could send, like, if everybody could, like, Rudy could send all his cases, I could send cases and boxes over there, just have it all stored all for me. That'd be great. That would actually be awesome, like a little storage area. Then they could just sell my Weiss Schwarz booster boxes one day when I don't want them anymore. I think that'd be really cool. In theory,
well, PCG Player does a thing where you can mail all your cards to them.
Their direct program.
Yeah, their direct program, and I've seen that done.
Yeah. So I like this. I definitely think this is something super neat. I want to know the security and all of that. I mean, it says level up with the safety, security, and community you can't find anywhere else.
Okay, now think about this. All right, you've got to ship. Let's say you're not using this middleman guy, and you've got to ship the eBay vault yourself.
Yeah.
Or even if you got to ship it to the middleman who then's got to ship it to the eBay vault. I mean, okay, you're sitting there with your let's say your My SP from from Rascal Dreams and Betty Girl Senpai.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the hair pulling out you're going to be going through, waiting for that to get to the place and confirm, and hoping that some UPS or a USPS employee doesn't decide to cash in.
You just insure it. I mean, you'd be all right.
Yeah, no, actually, the only time I've ever had something stolen in mailing was when I insured it. And you don't, people who do a lot of selling and buying and stuff, they tell you not to insure it because that just puts a target on it for the underpaid UPS or USPS employee to steal it. Because then it tells them, hey, there's something valuable because it's covered in insurance stickers.
I
Yeah.
never. Yeah, I mean,
I
never had
sent
that
out
happen.
I sent out 3 Revue Starlight SSPs, English ones. And I had it in a big box, so it didn't even look like cards, but I insured it for like $300 because it was before the big price boom. And shipped it out. I threw in a thing of sleeves for the guy, a Revue Starlight sleeves for him because he was a fan of the series, and packed it up and made it really nice. He gets the box, comes to it, he opens it, records his opening, so I know this is legit. The box was open from the bottom, and the only thing in there was the sleeves, and he's like, you forgot the cards.
Nice.
I'm like, no, I recorded sending you me packing the cards. Oh. Yeah, so I had to go a big hubbubaloo with USPS, and then they're like, well, we can't actually value the cards, or even if you sent them, even though I sent them the video.
Yep.
You could have taken them out after you made the video, so we're only going to give you 50% of value. Okay, thanks, guys. So, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, man, if I'm sending something to the eBay vault, I'd be pulling my hair out waiting for that to get there and get that delivery confirmation. I sent something to Zach. I sent something to MetaMonster Zach today, and I'm like having anxiety over the fact, and it's a goddess card of all things. And I'm going, oh my God, if that gets stolen. Oh my God, if that gets stolen. So, I mean, if I'm doing this with a Mickey Mantle or some base set Charizard thing, I mean, oh my word, that sounds like stress. I'd rather risk it being stolen in my house because at least I know if somebody comes to my house, I can shoot them before they take it.
I have a lot of trust in the post office. I'm good. Yeah, I can see that though. I get it. There's anxiety, especially if it's happened before. For me, I'm pretty good with it. Like if it was during COVID though, that's a different story because that was a time where even though it had delivery signature, you had to have a signature for delivery. They just threw it there at the door, and But we're past those days now. We're good. We're getting signatures again.
I'm very ranty tonight.
That's good. It's all right.
Where this came from?
Maybe it all started with this. Goodbye, Weiss.
Yeah.
For me, anyways. Not for you, but this is where it started with me.
Yeah.
I've never had mail issues, but one of my friends has problems at least once a month. Jeez. Well, I guess it depends also how often you send stuff. Because for me, I obviously don't sell anything, so I don't have to send anything. The only time I send stuff is like my monthly bills, and honestly, I don't do that. My wife does that, so I'd have zero anxiety about the mail at all, except for my Dengeki Bunko. I don't know what's gonna happen with that one, so that comes when I'm in Japan. So hopefully my wife can get it, and hopefully they don't need a signature or anything. Because normally, yeah, I don't know. It's a gigantic order.
Roy Sat King had a doozy. He's just brought it up in chat. He had a $700 sign from Beaufort, I think it was, and he mailed it out, and USPS lost it somehow, and the seller did, or he bought it. Or I forget exactly how it went, but he got it. Yeah, he bought it because he was on the receiving end of it. He got it, and the foil had completely melted off the card.
I know that's not a laughing matter, but I didn't know foil can melt off the card. Is that true?
I showed it to you.
What? Oh, I gotta wait. How hot does it have to be? I could take one of these foils that I have here in this dirty plate of orange fingerprint dust. I could put one in the sun. Is that all that it would take to melt it off?
I'm thinking 120 degrees in a back of a UPS truck or in some USPS warehouse. Because it was USPS that has happened with.
I did not know that could melt off.
If you look, he posted it on Global.
Okay, I'll go look at some point.
think he ended up selling. He's in the chat, so he can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think he ended up selling it to somebody who wanted it for the novelty of the situation.
You people and your novelty. I say that because remember the one thing that reminded me of novelty when you say that is remember this fella right here, or is it this one? The L. Did you ever pick this up?
Nope, I have not gotten my copy of the loser card yet.
Yes, the loser card, 875. It's there's not so many left. I don't know if you've noticed this, but if you haven't picked up your SRs of quintessential quintuplets, they're disappearing. Like right, like you can see how many are left: 3, 3 gone, 7, 3, 8, 4, 7 gone, 13. So it's
I was kind of waiting for it to come up on a whatnot singles auction and just grab it from that, but I haven't seen one come up.
yeah,
So I may have to break in the TCG player it.
yeah, they're definitely people are definitely picking it
And I
up.
still need to grab my Idol Nino SR.
Where is
Those
she?
are the only, and then after that I'm done. I have all the ones I want.
Yeah, I mean this set was pretty amazing for the fact that there wasn't as many copies of SRs, but I know again there was like 70 or something of them, so that's a good reason why. Still, it's there's some that have definitely been picked off at this point. You're almost done with your play set of SRs. Yeah, I mean some of these are really pricey, but they all look really nice.
Just to make sure I'm reading that right, play set, not master set. So you're getting 4 of each SR? If you are, that's like
Oh,
that's
there you go.
all
There's
done.
an auction for you.
That's pretty freaking awesome.
That's great. The foiling melted out of the signature. That oh man, that hurts. I'll look that up after, like tomorrow or something. Let's see. That's amazing. How much is Beaufree anyways? SEC. So loving sacrifice. Oh, that's sad. That one melted off. $180. Yeah, Beaufree's crazy.
Jose, that is freaking awesome. I would love to see that when it's done. Like, I would definitely want to see that.
Yeah, I love those four in a row binders. That's the only ones that I buy. I like seeing a whole playset.
Well, I mean, if he's doing it with SRs, that's just going to be so pretty.
Yes, that's really nice. All right, man, this is she gone $30. Last one May 5th. I just can't believe the pricing of the playset of Beaufree. It's just insane. Damn, are your trial deck's really $100? What? What is that? 175? Am I?
What?
I remember the one game store that I went to had like 2 displays of it.
Wow, I walked away from it thinking it was one of the worst trial decks I've ever opened.
Really? I love that playset.
Well, I mean,
the trial deck.
Was really rough. And I couldn't even use it for a demo because the way it was built.
Yeah, it was a cool set. So, oh, by the way, I didn't want to Pepe. So someone else wrote me with their shrine, and apparently with the Twitter changes, I didn't log in before this. I can't actually get to this because I'm not logged in. So I will log in next time. There's those changes over the weekend that Elon Musk made to Twitter. So now you have to log in to actually see anything. So there was another shrine, but I will have to get that at a later date. Okay? Okay, not ignoring you. There was one other thing. Do you want to talk about Uma Musume at all? Are you good? Are you fine? Are you happy with it? You don't want to talk?
I'm crying a little bit inside over it,
Why?
but you know that could be fun content. Me suffering.
More because you didn't get your card, or
it's got a couple things. I mean, I don't have mine in the mail yet to start playing with it, but I'm looking at it going, oh my god, I don't even know if I want the truth. I'm being fully honest with everybody. I'm looking at it just going, oh my god, I don't even know if I want to play it because it's such a complicated mess.
So
So I am honestly having a little bit of buyer's remorse. Thank God I got the place at as cheap as I did, or I'd really have buyer's remorse.
right.
Now, this could change in a couple weeks when I actually sit down with the cards and get it sorted out, but on the just looking at the card list, it looks like an 1,000-piece puzzle with everything shaped the same.
There's a lot of pieces. Sort of.
You know, that and I want Bushiroad to confirm that Palmer actually exists, because I don't even think Yuyute had a listing for her where they had the picture in the SSP. Did they get one finally? Did they get one? Yeah, there she is. Okay, they did have one. All right. Yeah, Nova didn't even get one to put a picture up.
Yeah, there you go. She exists.
I've never seen one.
So yeah, Gurapan has 7 of them. So if you want it,
maybe Gurapan got like all of the ones in the print run.
yeah, they got all of them. So it's not too bad too, price wise. I mean, the yen to USD is crazy right now. So it's
also let me go ahead and just confess. When that got revealed as a level 3, I thought it was a rare. So I was thinking it was going to be playable and serviceable. But as an uncommon, they can't put good abilities on a level 3 uncommon. And the card is effing awful. Like, I can't even justify playing it in a casual game because I'll get murdered. And that really took massive wins out of my sail as far as building it. Yeah, I was like all excited. Oh my God, I'm building Palmer. I've got my sleeves. I've got my matching mat. And, I was like all ready to go. I figured she was going to be like a trial deck card with a effect where you mill off the bottom climaxes and burn equal to the climax. I made it work for Cuckoo. I'd make it work for Palmer. So I was like all ready to go. And then I find out it's an uncommon. Then I find out the text on the card and I went, oh my God.
Would that ever make you quit Weiss Schwarz? I think not. You're still here. You're still talking about it.
Oh.
Yeah. So you're not going to say goodbye to Weiss Schwarz just yet?
No, I'm not going to say goodbye to Weiss Schwarz over it, but man, that was a swift kick to the gut as far as playing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad Ty Pruitt's really excited, but I'm just going,
You had to open 70 cases to get one. Yeah, there's a lot of cases. It was amazing how many SPs still in there. So
Jose, yes, I am on Facebook. You'll see me all over Global. Actually, if you look, I have a wanted to buy post for Palmer, so that's an easy way to find me. And I posted a Big Iris collection today. So
yeah, you put that one up today too.
I'm pretty findable.
Yep. Just look for Audrey.
Guys, it's 70 SPs and it's 9 signs to a case. So you need what? Well, let's
like 8.
Yeah, say 8 cases.
There you go. There it is. Yeah, it's crazy. 70 SPs, 23 OFRs, just a whole load of fun. And still, no details for Dengeki Bunko. I just wait. I'm like, I just want to know, how many SPs are we seeing? You have all these freaking IPs in there. How many we getting? Do you think they'll have like 70? That'd be crazy.
The 9 SPs has worked really well and whatnot.
Yeah,
I've seen several different sellers. All of a sudden, the people in the chat find out there's 9 SPs, and the case gets ripped. They don't take a minute to stop to think, well, if there's 9 SPs per case, none of them have value, thankfully, for these sellers' sake. But yeah, they've been I've seen a lot of cases ripped.
Great.
But I've yet to see a Palmer because I'd immediately message a person to try to buy it.
I at least like Spy Family. You got 3 SECs, so that's gonna be whatever. It's SPs 6, and then you got OFRs 15. I know there's Spy Rares. I'm just gonna assume they're OFRs at this point. Let's scroll down. Are they OFRs? OFRs. Yeah, they're OFR chibis. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So Spy Family, are you still excited for it? I don't know if you're getting the Japanese one, but I mean, are you excited in general for Spy Family?
I think overall, yeah.
Okay.
The cards have looked fun. the cards look fun to play. The cards look fun to own. So yeah, Bond has cards, and that's important.
F in the chat for Boochi case rates. Boochi gonna be disgusting. It's disgusting. 8 SSPs, 13 whatever this is, because overframe rares are here, right? You have 4 overframe. Is that right? 4? Yeah, I guess. And then 13 of these KBRs, whatever that is. I don't know anymore. But yeah, it's still that is
basically going to be a series of overframe of OFRs.
This thing's gonna be terrible unless these things are signed. This KBR, unless those are signed or whatever, I just don't know. I mean, this is like Quince, so I don't want to just say Boochi is a problem, right? Because Quince is the same way. What it was like 5 SSPs and then 5 Hanayome rares and then 10 OFRs, I believe is how it is. So it's the same thing. I don't like the Quince one either. But that's the example that you're gonna probably equate it to. I don't like that.
While we're kind of on this subject and I'm in a ranty mood, let's just go all in and have fun with this.
Yeah.
I need you to pull up the Cuckoo SP from Love Life Superstar, and I need you to pull up the TD stamps from Spy X Family.
Okay.
I want to see what chat thinks.
All right. You mean it from this card list, or
we need a picture of them?
Wait. Oh, I know.
If you remember from the Discord, you probably remember where I'm going with this.
Hold on. Let me see. Nova TCG is probably the fastest way to do this.
It doesn't matter. Just one of the Love Life Superstar SPs.
Where is it?
You're probably gonna have to scroll down a little bit.
Super Star. This one? This one.
Yep. Okay. Just pull up one of those. It doesn't matter.
This one.
Okay. We'll look at that one.
I'm actually big. Right. Oh, I had to click that. There we go.
Well, can we pull up the Spy X Family stamps from the TDs? Okay. So, audience in the chat, take a look at both of these. Okay. They are both character signatures. That is not Liu's signature at all. That is Cuckoo's official signature.
I like grouped them together. Give me a second. Hold on. This is what I wanted to do.
Okay.
There
you go. Okay, so you have Lloyd Forager written kind of as a signature. I mean, he's got a very pretty signature. He's certainly not a doctor. And Anya does look like she was written by a kindergartner. And well, you can barely see yours, but we can look at Lloyd and Anya. And then we got Cuckoo here, where that's how she writes her name in the series. Why are we hating on the Spy X Family cards and calling them stamps and saying they're junk? And celebrating character signs from regular Bushiroad sets. Because Cuckoo's not the only one. They do character signs all the time. And this is something that kind of occurred to me a couple weeks ago. And it kind of bugged me. Because it's like we sit here on this stream every Monday night and we rip on stamps and we rip on stamps. And we rip on these Spy X Family TD stamps. But I don't think I can tell any difference between that and that Cuckoo card that Big B just shown. I went out and paid a fortune for a 4 set of those. They've to make sure I had them in my deck, and it's a character sign. So I'm kind of having a little dilemma in my head here that I feel like I'm being wrong for ripping on Lloyd here, when I happily bought the Cuckoos. Now, of course, it's Cuckoo, so I'm going to buy it. But if, say, Ren or any of the Idolmaster girls that have had character stamps, or all the Muse girls, it happens a lot in the Idol sets. So I'm kind of going, am I being hypocritical sitting here bashing Lloyd when I happily bought the Cuckoo?
Well, I think this right here is more like, I get they call it a character signature. This one is I went into any sort of word or whatever processing thing and picked a cursive font to type onto the thing. And like at the end of the day, a character is not even real, like the signature, and I think it's assigned basically by playability in the character itself, right? Because like this one's only 55. So I think there's something to say about like the character playability, and like look at that.
Actually, that card's freaking awesome.
Yeah, versus what I got here. Um, I don't know what font that is. Like the only thing coming to my mind, and I know it's not cursive, is like I go into Microsoft Word and it comes up with Times New Roman. And I just start typing Lloyd Voyager, and then I just paste it onto a card. That's what I got from there.
I guess from me watching the show, I could see Lloyd writing that perfectionist and pretty. And Anya's does look like a kindergartner learning to write. So it's like I kind of buy into these kind of being legit. I know where you're coming from, where they look like text-based fonts. I get that, which is probably part of the nature of them being written in English, even on a Japanese product. But where Cuckoo is written in kanji, despite being a Chinese name, so it's really wonky. But it's kind of I'm just kind of like, man, are we being too hard on these because the community generally accepts character stamps? Or
No,
character
the
stamps?
community doesn't accept.
I mean,
I don't think people accept
they are,
characters.
they're character stamps.
No, because I mean, like if I just go back here to D4DJ.
Yeah, those were all character signs.
No, I know,
well.
but look at the pricing on them, right? We didn't give them like a bonus here for the like writing it out like that. This thing is $50.
Well,
I mean, my
signs were, those signs were 4 to 5 to a case.
Yeah.
I think the price on them was due to the availability and the fact that nobody plays D4DJ.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The assignment of cost is based on playability, character, the art. It's always going to end up that way. Like even if I thought this Lloyd was, it's a character whatever stamp on it, not any real signature at all. If this thing is playable, I mean, there's going to be some sort of value assigned to him that reflects him as a guy and playability, and the art that goes with it, right? If this was the best card in the set and it had your Anya or something on it instead of Lloyd and had like a signature on it, it would be signed appropriately. Similarly to D4DJ. See, these are character signatures. $49. I mean, yeah. So,
I mean, I definitely am not arguing that playability is a big factor. I mean, certainly not. I'm certainly not going to argue with that. Like that Mooney, I would never play it. For example, even though I have a
cool
happy
looking. That's
it's great.
That sign's cool.
It's a great little sign for. But I don't know. I think we're being a little. Basically, my point is that I think we're being a little too harsh on these 3 cards. Maybe it's just me, but I'm thinking we're being a little harsh. But I have defended these cards from day one of them being released. So
oh no, I'm gonna be harsh all day. I mean, ask anybody that owns those Licorice Recoil cases, and ask them if they feel like these SPs with the flowers on it.
Those are legitimate. Okay, like we're gonna call the Lloyd Forger a stamp. That's what we've always called it on this stream. But the truest form of stamp is those flower cards. Those are truly stamps. Where I think we should be calling these character signs and not hating on them so much. It's kind of where I'm getting at.
No, we said. I mean, the art on it looks fine. It's just maybe you should have put the signatures on them. Pay for the signatures and make them worth what they're supposed to be worth. Because if not, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen when Spy Family comes out towards the end of July.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if it turns out to be this way, I wouldn't be surprised. Like right there. I mean, I know it's going to be different because there's 4 of these versus only 2 of these in a case. So, well, there's going to be, on average, you're going to need probably 2 cases to get all 4. Right? So where Licorice Recoil, you buy a case, you got both. That's part of it. So we'll see what this turns out. I mean, if they double in price, if these are like double the prices of Licorice Recoil just because of the rarity of it, that you need 2 cases, then I wouldn't be surprised, is where I'm at. Because it's doubly hard to get them. Should be anyways. And outside of, if Lloyd's not any good, then I definitely wouldn't want him. Oh. Yeah, I still don't get the frame around Lloyd. I get it maybe because they have stars and here's flowers, so they're like, crap, we gotta put something with Lloyd. But, I don't think you needed the frame at all. Just me. Anyways, yeah, Spy Family. Anything else with this one? Let me read this. I like the foils from Licorice Recoil. Yeah, the foils for Licorice Recoil might be fine. It's just, if you bought a case of this, I don't know if you're real happy about that. Right? So I know there's a seller out there selling cases of this for $500. Right? Cases of Licorice Recoil trial decks for $500. That's where he's at this point. So there we are. Anything else, Audrey? You okay with this?
I'm certainly not trying to defend the Licorice Recoil stamps.
Yeah.
I'm specifically trying.
No, you're talking about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. I'm good with that. But yeah,
Jose sent me his binder for Quince. Number one, it's pretty cool that it turns out I sold him something back in the day. But it does. This binder is hella pretty. This is a hella pretty binder.
Yeah, I love my Quince stuff. It's so great.
It's definitely prettier than anything I could put together.
Okay. All right.
There'll be rolls on this channel.
Well, at some point, if you want to send that over here, I'll put up on the stream. There is something else I want to talk about before I end, because it is getting late. Anime summer 2023. I know a lot of the times we talk about prices on here, but sometimes I should just go, oh my god, there's anime out here. So are there any anime for summer 2023 that I should be on the lookout for? I've watched so many anime since it come over the weekend for the summer season. I'm like, holy crap, this is amazing. So are you watching Bang Dream MyGO?
I haven't started it.
They're on episode 3 now.
Yeah.
You're already behind, jeez.
I've been watching Sunshine in the Mirror.
Sunshine in the Mirror. I have not watched. Oh, there it is. That Johan the Parhelgen. I did not start that. That was one of the ones I did not start.
It's cute. Not exactly you're gonna change the world with his plot line, but it's cute.
Yeah, so again, just to prove it, I add everything. You could see, anything that I've started out new. There's a bunch that was added just today, so I gotta add those up. But yeah, what did I watch so far? I've watched Horimiya, Altair. I always say that wrong. Riza. I played that when I was younger. I played Totori and I played Rorona. What else did I watch? My Tiny Senpai. Jeez. And then Am I Actually the Strongest? And Bang Dream MyGO. So it was a crowded weekend. And I caught up with all my other anime from the last season, so I'm done with all those. I really got a lot done this week when it came to anime.
I'm low-key kind of nervous to watch Bang Dream MyGO because of how bad Bang Dream Season 3 turned.
Oh, well. You know the one I don't want to watch? Fate Strange Fake Whispers of Dawn. I thought they wrote that wrong. I'm like, is that really the name of the series? Fate Strange Fake Whispers of Dawn. And I'm like, I don't know if I could go through another Fate Stay Night.
Did you see that they're going to turn the Suicide Squad?
Oh, yes. Yes, I saw that. The Suicide Squad Isekai.
I'm actually probably going to watch this because I admit
I want to see how that goes.
I like Suicide Squad. It's terrible. It is such a terribly written thing. Everything about it is junk, but it's very entertaining junk. So I'm gonna try out the anime.
I don't see why not, right? It's
Yeah.
you got to. It's anime. You got to at least try it, and that's where I am in life. So, Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm excited for. Mushoku Tensei, maybe. I know people like it. I wasn't a humongous fan. Bleach, I know I'm definitely gonna watch. This one too. Masamune-kun no Revenge are. Oh, Rent a Girlfriend season 3. How about that? Right?
Uh-oh.
I like trash. I always like reading the comments on Crunchyroll. You know, this is they always call it garbage, but they keep coming back. The Eminence in Shadow season 2. Is there
Wait,
anything else?
it's garbage, but they keep coming back. That sounds like the idol anime experience.
Yeah, like people write like worst anime ever. I'll see you next week. So that's Bungo Stray Dogs. I didn't see season 4. I do have to go back for season 5. Devil's a part timer. I'm gonna be real busy this time around. There are so many freaking amazing anime. My Tiny Senpai, I watched the first episode. I don't know if I like it. I think it's I don't know if it's for me. And this one too. Am I actually the strongest? I watched that first episode. I don't know if that's for me.
I have to interrupt this.
Huh.
No tie through it. I do not have a thing for Harley at all. Actually, a lot of times she's annoying. It's all the other characters around Harley in the Suicide Squad that makes it really fun for me. I watched the Harley. I did watch the Harley HBO cartoon, but it was for Poison Ivy. It was not for Harley.
Do you how good is your memory? Who was the Harley Quinn lover that sent us a shrine?
I know somebody did.
Yes.
And Jose, to get into Discord, you join Big B's channel. It's $1 a month, and the Discord's pretty active. We chat quite often about a lot of different things. A lot of the chats actually turn into topics on this stream. That's happened a few times. That's kind of why I went with the discussion about the Lloyd Forger sign, because we were talking about it in the Discord. And Big B, it was really late at night, so Big B did not chime in.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, so I know you like talk after like 10 o'clock. If I start writing back, it's only because I'm somewhat awake and within a few minutes I'm gone. So if you wonder,
I'm not taking that as an excuse. Rare Secrets is East Coaster too in North Carolina.
yeah, but my wife is laying next to me, and if the light doesn't go off, it's like then I got problems later on the next day in my life. So I gotta do what I gotta do. Wait, where is this? There it is. It would be Firely. I thought it was Firely, but I brought up that first shrine and then the second and I didn't see it. But here we go. So Firely, hopefully you're excited for the Harley Quinn Isekai. Or Suicide Squad Isekai, anyways. So there
I think his name's King Shark, the big walking shark. I'm hoping he comes up. I'm hoping he's in the anime. Because he was really fun in the Harley Quinn cartoon and Suicide Squad 2. The second one.
Reborn as a vending machine. I feel like this is going to be trash, but it's my kind of trash. So, I mean, Isekai is like the big thing, right? I don't know how you could be. I don't know how you could be reincarnated as a vending machine, but I want to find out. And whatever that is, whatever this guy is, I mean, it's an animal with a hat on his head. I think this is going to be cool.
It looks like a pig of some sort because he has the like tusk. Yeah, or is that his eyes?
No, okay. That's his. I mean, I had to zoom in because obviously it's too small for him.
Look like tusk on the screen that I was seeing.
What is it? He's like Paddington Bear. He's like, he reminds me of Paddington. Maybe we'll eat some jelly sandwiches. Oh no, marmalade. Oh, I love Riza.
Jose, thanks for joining up. Email Big B in the email listed on all of his videos to get access to the Discord.
Hi. Well, I'll send it. Thank you. I appreciate you joining. Again, I don't expect anybody to do that, but yeah, I put the Discord out there for you. I put it out there. I don't mean to like gatekeep or anything like that, but it's more just I'm kind of busy. So I when you send people send me private messages in Discord too, so it's like another avenue to reach me at. So I don't want to just have it open to the public and then I get like 50 Discord messages that I feel like I have to write back to. Because I'm one of those people, right? I don't know if you at work, when you get instant messages, like people will email me and I know I have time to write back, but when I get an instant message, I feel like I have to write back to that right away. So same thing with Discord. I feel like I have to write back if it's a private message, and I just don't want that pressure. So you're free to private message me.
Please, I'm looking for an excuse to respond to somebody on Discord instead of one of my callers.
Well, for me, I get like I don't say anxiety, but one of the I almost feel like I'm obligated to write back right away when I get an instant message. I've had my boss write me on instant message. She no longer works here, but one of my prior bosses would write me, and if you don't write back within 30 seconds, she will call you right after. And I'm like, so that's how I am with instant messages or private messages, anyways. That's why I'm like a little bit. All right, so what else am I supposed to? What else? Oh, Zom 100. That's right. It was up here somewhere. So that was one, or I don't know where it's at. What about this one? The masterful cat is depressed again today. I'm not really sure about this one. But yeah, I'm excited. Do you see any of these as candidates for a Weiss Schwarz set? I mean, this one already is. Bang Dream, it's MyGO. Anything else on here? Because right, we got Oshi on the last one, the last season. You know, Bushiroad picked it up. They also got Ayakashi Triangle.
I would assume Mushoku 2 is going to get a set.
Mushoku. Yeah, I guess it would. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, how about Horimiya? Do you ever watch this? I love this show. It's a romance, but I actually really love it. Bleach, we're never gonna get. Jujutsu Kaisen. Maybe I should never say never, but Union Arena, right? Union Arena, Union Arena. We know this one, Eminence and Shadow, went to Rebirth for you. How about this? Rent a Girlfriend. We didn't get season 2 for Weiss Schwarz. There's gonna be a season 3. Always a chance, you think?
Yep.
So, oh, have you seen the trial deck prices of not the trial deck, but the SP of Rent a Girlfriend? I hope we get Riza. Oh my god, I love Riza.
I could see that being a Weiss set.
I love her. I love the whole alchemy thing. I played that game when that episode came up. If you've ever played the Altair games, it's like you know about the Poonies. When I saw that little Poonie ball show up, I'm like, man, this is great. It was I think it was like a 43 minutes or 46-minute episode. So, Rent a Girlfriend. Trial deck. $25, but this. Give me the SP. There she is, $200.
That's not a bad price on her.
I remember back in the day, it was like, what, 300, almost, was it almost 400 at some point? But yeah, now down to 200.
No, but I mean, she's kind of a forgotten seasonal waifu at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she stood the test of time like Rem and Asuna have.
She definitely did not. No, she did not. So, a little sad about our girls.
Honestly, kind of goes with what I was talking about a couple weeks ago on
No,
stream,
over time.
I was worried about some of the seasonal waifus, and the prices around them as people forget about them.
I
mean, if you're into her, now's the time to pick her up.
Well, yeah, I think it's one of those. I never classified this show as like top of the tier. I'm like, if you're gonna get it, you're gonna get it for that. But outside of that, not really anything. There's nothing in here really. Like even with the girls, Not
I don't
enough.
think it was top tier or even the show is top tier.
No, it's definitely not. The show is definitely not.
It was very much a seasonal waifu
Yep,
show.
it was definitely. So it's unfortunate for anybody that wanted. But if you want it, $200 gets you that.
Or 175 for her original, which is honestly probably cuter.
Really? Let me go back. Which would I rather have? Let's do the eye doctor test. You want number 1? Or do you want number 2? 1 or 2?
I think 2 or 1. I mean 1.
1?
Cute. She's wearing a really cute outfit. She's got a nice smile on. The sign isn't covering all of her body. She does have really cute shoes on in the
I like 2. I wish her smile is a little bit different, like that, like a whole smile like that one, but I think I'd go with 2. Because I like the close-up, I like the outfit.
I like the background of the card better on 1.
Yeah, it's got that, so. Number 1? You like number 1? Well, okay. 175 is what it takes to get it. But yeah, I like this one. So, oh man, number 1. Dang, my eyesight's awful. Sorry.
You're getting old, Big B. You're getting old.
I'm getting old. I hate that part of the eye doctor test. Do you ever just go, I don't know? When they go, if you've had to do it. I have to go every year. I have to go twice a year.
My eyesight's like one of the few things that work 100% right on me.
Oh
so
man, so you don't have to go at all. Yeah, I'm like the eye doctor's like in your face, and he's like 1 or 2. 1. He doesn't say it that creepy way, but he says 1 or 2. And then I feel like he gets frustrated, and then he's like 3 or 4, and I feel like it was the exact same thing as 1 and 2, but he just does it again just to test me to see if I was actually telling the truth or not. So, but yeah, this is the test. Maybe it's I like that plate.
Those mommy SPs didn't look like they were very expensive.
Oh, people hate mommy. Yeah, it's $78. I think mommy's okay. I'm not gonna say like she's my first pick out of the 4. She's probably my fourth pick, but I don't hate her. I understand why she does what she does, so that's where I'm at with her.
Of all 4 of them, I think Shizuru is the cutest. But the fact that she showed any interest at all to that lead Kai, whatever his name was, I don't want her. She must really be into just terrible human beings. So no.
I like Sumi. I'm down for Sumi. That's some Sumi. And Ruka.
You and David Young in the chat would get along pretty well.
I like these two.
You like Niku and Sumi, and those are like 2 of his big girls.
Yeah, those are my 2. Mommy and Ruka. Mommy and Ruka. Yeah, I know people hate Mommy for what she stands for. It's just a fact of life. I know people like that. Not to say that this isn't okay how she acts, but you know, I understand it. We're all human. We all mess up. We all do crazy things. Love is illogical, right?
Yep, and that's why that's why collecting's illogical, because you're doing it for
this whole thing's illogical. That's so what started me off today, you know, again, going back to where we started at the beginning of this.
I sent you a message in the chat, by the way.
Oh, what? Oh, no.
We're not, okay.
Nope. I want to do like a separate thing for that. Okay. So, what started me out today, what she did is, that's not MS, so what she did is inexcusable. Are you talking about Mommy? About what she did? Yeah, I just... okay, yeah. No, I know. I know people say later on in the book it explains it, but I just... I'm used to people like that. I get why they do it. It doesn't give them an excuse for why they do what they do, but You know, like we all mess up in some sort of way, and I will call it a mess up. For me, it's a mess up, um, because eventually most people grow out of that. The people that I've known that have been mommies, right? They've eventually grow up and feel really bad about what they did. So that's why I say it's a mess up. I don't think I don't know a person that was a mommy that until the day they died were mommies. So that's where I'm at. Since this is an anime, I kind of just give it. But I know people in real life that have acted like her and eventually changed whatever, put them in that direction to begin with. So
Is it bad that when you said mommy and rest of life, I thought of mommy from Madoka getting her head bit off?
Oh yeah, that was awful. Oh man, that was bad. I feel so bad. That was like that was the first anime convention I ever went to in my life. And my sister was like, let's go watch this anime. Right? And then we get in there and I'm trying to find like this one. When we get in there, we watched whatever episodes and we saw that and we're like, oh, she got a friend, and then bang, dead. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Like that really set the tone for that show. I was just like, that's some insane stuff. Because
somebody made a USB drive, like a little flash drive, and the head of it is mommy, and the body of it's mommy's body.
Oh god. Yeah, because up to that point, right, like in my anime watching thing, I didn't get too far, right? I knew that there wasn't always going to be a happy ending when it comes to anime, but like the stuff I've watched before didn't really have that kind of stuff in it. So then to watch that happen in that moment that she was experiencing, I was like, wow, that's some really messed up stuff. But then I'm like, this is why I love anime, and that's why I can't watch a Disney movie.
For me with this show, I watched it because it was coming out, because it was out in Japanese Weiss and about to come out in English Weiss. It was one of the two trial decks that first came out for the game in English, and I at least wanted to know what I was playing. And so, yeah, the first episode's like, okay, this is great. This is cute. Magical girls. I'm okay with this. Oh, that mommy girl's pretty awesome. All right. I think I found best girl. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a moment I will never forget. I will honestly never forget.
Night and marathoned it till like 5 a.m. I probably did some psychological damage in the process because, like, okay, new best girl. Oh, she's dead. Oh, she's dead.
Did you watch the new ones? I could not follow it anymore. Like I was gone.
I actually really like the show.
This one, like the new season that came out, that like had a break in the middle of it, and
yep.
I just it all. Once they had the break, I couldn't follow it. I was like, "Where am I? I have no idea what's going on." It was like
around the magical girl call.
Yeah, I couldn't pick it back up. Like I watched the first season of this. I love Felicia, and then when I got to the second or whatever the heck it was, and then they had that break, I'm like, I don't know anymore. So
no, I watched it all, and I didn't watch the first 2 movies that were remakes, but I did watch the third one that was like new plot with Hamura Oni. And then watched all the way through Magia record, all of it.
Yeah, I'll try again one day. It was brutal. It was freaking brutal. Yeah, some anime nowadays, you like them. Okay, dead. Okay, dead. Yeah, that's why I cannot watch Disney movies. I'm like, oh, it's gonna end with a happy ending. Surprise, surprise, surprise. No, I like I like knowing that any character I could like can just die tomorrow, right? They could just die off. And
true story, I got myself in trouble I kind of got myself in trouble at the Madoka movie. I got a bunch of dirty looks. We were there as a group. I don't think White Sack King was playing with my group yet, but Ty Pruitt was there. And after a Weiss event, we all went to go see the Madoka movie because it was showing in Indianapolis. And there's a scene where mommy takes a shower, It's all blurred out. Then mommy walks around with a towel for like 5 minutes getting ready to go. And she goes to drop her towel off. And you see her pull the towel away. And right as it pulls away, it switches to another scene. And my inner thought, I'm not good at controlling my inner thoughts. And it came out and I yelled damn really loud in the theater.
That's not that kind of movie. But yes, Magia, all of it. I was gonna say record, but Madoka, all of that. It's definitely. You didn't expect that. I didn't expect that to happen whatsoever. And I was just amazed at what anime could actually do to you. So just
I would have actually bought this set in English to have to play around with if the prices weren't so high on it. I didn't pre-order it, but I missed the pre-order on it to get a play set.
oh, this
With
set? Yeah.
with it being 2 sets, I was kind of concerned about doing that because they were like back-to-back months, and I didn't have like $600 to drop on play sets.
Yeah.
And so I skipped it. Then I decided to go back to it and saw the prices like, nope. It doesn't play very well. I'm not dropping several $100s on a bad deck.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, this is one of the ones I really started opening, so I was able to do it. This is the first deck that I've made to play against my sister. So this is I have a playset of this and the other one. Oh, yeah, and I love this Yachio.
Yachio is great.
So, yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that was good. Yeah, there's just anime is such a beautiful thing. I love anime. And I wish more people would watch it because it's like you don't have to have that happy ending. You don't have to always know what's about to happen at the very end. Your favorite characters can die, like Akame ga Kill. Have you ever seen that? But yeah, so this is
that was a wonderful show.
Yeah, where like everybody dies. Just like everybody.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, there are characters that lived, and that was very disappointing.
Yeah, well, not very many of them. Yeah, that one was brutal. It was like, okay, well, I knew some people were gonna die. It makes sense that they were gonna die, but not that many of them. That was insane.
Oh, the worst. I mean, I think there's a kill on a Kamika kill that probably ranks in like my top 5 worst anime deaths. Now, admittedly, okay, so full disclaimer, I'm a terrible human being, but I actually was kind of cheering for the government and the Jaegers with as death. I appreciate
you're in it as death.
I definitely like that. As death isn't one of those ones where it's like, oh my god, I want to waifu her. It was more of, oh my god, I respect the heck out of her and I want to serve under her. I have a weird category of respect in my anime fandom. And so I was cheering for the Jaeger. And I really, really like the flamethrower guy. And throughout the entire show, he's like, he's just going out there and he's doing this really awful job to support his family. And then he dies and he can't go back to his family. And it was like, oh, that's just horrible. That would hit me the hardest by far. Actually, when she died, I laughed. I'm a terrible human being.
I actually want to go back and watch. Well, I mean, this reminded me of like what was it, Goblin Slayer, right? Yeah. Like, just think about like all the first episodes of anime that really stuck with you. I mean, this one stuck with me. Obviously, Goblin Slayer definitely stuck with us. Like, what the? Yeah, okay, that happened. That definitely happened.
Yeah, but... I mean, okay, Goblin Slayer. That first episode was a harken back to 80s and 90s fantasy anime. For the modern era that it was put in, it was an oh my word, what the heck? But the stuff you saw in the first episode of Goblin Slayer was very commonplace in the 80s and 90s. So when I'm watching it, I'm thinking, wow, it's about time we have a fantasy that isn't sanitized. Cool. It didn't really impact me that hard because I've seen that exact thing happen many times in the past with fantasy anime.
There's a season 2.
I can't wait.
Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing that. Just didn't know when.
I will be watching that, the day it gets posted on Crunchyroll. Cannot wait.
Yeah, this is That was brutal. I need my innocence back, please. That's why I'm gonna watch Reborn as a vending machine.
Big B, if you think Goblin Slayer is brutal, don't watch Berserk. Just don't do it.
No, I got the vending machine one. That's why I watch stuff like Laid Back Camp. Laid Back Camp. My innocence restored. This is the type of anime I need to like come back from the trauma that I got from like watching that stuff. This right here. Laid Back Camp. Wait, there's a season 3. Wait, what?
Answer links, I did too. I had so much fun with Goblin Slayer.
Oh, it was good. It just yeah.
So much fun.
It just hurt me. It hurt me deeply. Berserk. Why does that sound familiar? It does sound familiar. If I could spell it.
Berserk was a really, really rough fantasy anime about demons.
I mean, this dude looks like he's enjoying his life.
I don't think anybody enjoys their life in Berserk.
I don't know.
That's for a lot of those people is like a happy time.
I mean, he looks like he's... Or is that... I didn't know if he was smiling or if that was like a struggling face. And there's like a half-naked person behind him. Huh?
That could be either or.
That's why I thought he was loving his life, you know?
No.
Okay, so he's not loving his life.
Nothing happy ever happened to him.
Okay, well, you got like a fairy flying behind him. How can you not be happy with a fairy behind you?
Because plot elements that were used in Goblin Slayer episode 1 were done in Berserk, but a lot worse.
Okay. It's Puck a dude? Wait, no. I don't know. Can't tell. Is the fairy a dude or a girl? I know what that voice actress is. A wind spirit. Am I supposed to show this? Is that a girl? Wait, hold on. So wait a second. Wait a second. That's a girl. I'm gonna go back out of there. Oh. That's it. Hey, anyways. Anything else? Any other anime I should know about? I think I'm good. There's a lot of anime to watch this season. I can't wait. It's gonna be amazing. I want to hear about all your anime you're watching when the time comes. This one. I'm putting my money all on this one. This is gonna be great. He has eyeballs as a vending machine. So, going back to where we all started here. The Berserk has the worst CGI. Goodbye Weiss Schwarz TCG. So, I don't know. I was thinking about this. I was like, when would I eventually stop Weiss Schwarz? I don't think I have a good answer for that. I guess when I run out of money or space.
I guess if I ever decided to grow up and get over waifus, I'd probably leave Weiss at that point.
Well, that...
Because waifus definitely charge me through all the fun things like last Saturday.
Oh. Well, yeah,
Last Saturday was pretty freaking awful.
Huh?
We had our local shop challenge.
Yeah.
Our deck ratio, our deck show ups were 3.
Oh, the SAOs?
And all 3 of them made first through third.
That's what you were talking about. Okay.
One of them made 4th. I had Hololive Rushia, and there was a casual guy with 7 deadly sins. And it was a bunch of side attacking around Alice all day long, and it was miserable.
Oh, I saw that. It's right here. So this is your store's recap right here, right?
Yeah.
It's SAO1, SAO1, and SAO1, right? That's that was your locals? Okay, there you go.
That was the closest I've come to never wanting to play Weiss again. I walked out of that a mess.
SAO.
Oh my God, this is miserable. Why am I doing
this? Right, you told me this is the Sword Art Online game.
Yeah. Well, in the 2013 commercial, Bushiroad did call the game the SAO TCG. So.
Yeah, well, that's 2023. 10 years later, we're bringing it back. We're back to the SAO era. So.
Brian, I agree with you, and I think that's where I'm going to be at. But I also think at my age, I'm going to be in, 20 years from now, I'm going to be looking at nursing homes, 20, 25 years from now. And I don't know how it's going to go. Somebody 60 in their 60s in a nursing home with PVC and cardboard of their anime girls and pillows. I'm not sure how that's going to go with the nurses.
I hope we get to the one of the days where I really like we could SAO into a game.
Jose,
I'm
for
waiting for
full
that day.
disclosure, I got to respond to something. Jose, full disclosure, our locals is extremely diverse 99% of the time. Like, my guys are really great about bringing wild decks and bring in all different sets. And we have, Weiss Sat King brought Chisato waifu to an event once from Superstar, and it's a terrible deck, and he went 0-3, but he had his Chisato stuff, and he made the best of it. It's just that this was a shop challenge, and the English ban list needs to have SAO on it, and because it's for a buy card, and there's, that give you really good tiebreakers in your first round, so you don't risk playing somebody who goes 0-2 drop, you had to play super competitive. So while I'm going, oh my god, it was a horrible tournament experience for me, I can't argue with the folks that did bring SAO because that buy card is so valuable. I mean, if anything, I would say shame on me for not bringing SAO and bringing Rushia, especially when I pretty much overhauled the entire deck the morning of. But, I can't blame them, but oh my god, it was awful. Lancer, I'm not that lucky because, oh my gosh, yeah, that would make me very
Act
happy.
crazy until she does. That would be the dream. That would be the dream.
But so in recent history, that was the closest I ever came to quitting Weiss.
Just last Saturday.
We're closest in about a year.
Okay.
And a few other times have been closer, but this one was purely Weiss related that I was just like, I was ready to just pack up the stuff that I had just gotten, put it, and just sell it. I was just so disgusted. Common sense kicked in afterwards, after food. I tend to vent a lot of my tournament frustrations by food.
Yeah.
But, and I settled down a little bit, but oh man, that was so bad. And I'm sitting here going, if there isn't a ban list on SAO for singles, I don't even know if I want to play in it because that sounds so horrible.
That'd be funny if they don't, and then they ban 7 Deadly Sins again or something.
No. I now own Hololive. So as of Saturday, I own Hololive. So that's what's going to get banned.
Yeah. They should just really mess with you all. They should just put out a fake ban list and then errata it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it was so bad.
Not on April Fools. I think that'd be hilarious. just Bushiroad messing with you.
Jose, if they get the registration part of the app fixed, I'm gonna love Bushy Navi. I already see a lot of potential in it. It is making a couple things really complicated for me as a tournament organizer, but I just got to work through it. Yeah, Brian, you're right. It's a phenomenal idea, but it's being executed by Bushiroad. So yeah, you're spot on with that one.
So it's not good. I know people are excited for it.
It's if it works, it's phenomenal. It's going to be
Okay.
so great. But Bushiroad has a lot of quirks to iron out of it. Like, for example, the shop that I play at got started right at the end of using the old tournament signups. And so they weren't put on the list to get switched over to Bushy Navi. So I don't know what's going to happen here in a month or so because they keep emailing Bushiroad and Bushiroad never responds to emails. And we need to get switched over to Bushy Navi because starting in August, I think it's August or September, all the tournaments have to be ran through Bushy Navi.
Did they try calling?
I'll probably have to call, but they've been emailing.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Because emails don't work, as we know.
Emails don't work, but very busy store, and we're the smallest game they got. So
okay. I know people are excited for it. I hope that
my shop owner is busy. My shop owner and employees are very busy, and
Yeah.
And even though I think we're out attending MetaZoo, but MetaZoo's getting more new players than we are from the shop. So we did have a new person come Saturday, and like a person who hadn't been to a tournament in like 2 years show up. So maybe that's a positive sign.
That is a good sign.
Yeah,
Always getting new people.
I don't want my game to be smaller than MetaZoo at a store. That's gonna no, we gotta fix that. My pride won't let that one happen.
Well, one day it'll happen. That one day.
No, you're making the assumption MetaZoo's gonna be like successful.
Maybe one day it will be. Maybe.
People
But
believe Rudy, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I don't watch this. I haven't seen those videos, but I will say this: don't bash MetaZoo, or MetaZoo Mike will find you. There you go. Mike's gonna come for you.
Story. I am banned from posting on the official MetaZoo page because I asked MetaZoo Mike why the heck he is so worried about making licensing deals about skateboards and tennis shoes and not his card game. Yeah. So he already found me. Oh,
Weiss Schwarz doesn't like you either. Where's Weiss Schwarz?
I think I get along with them okay. I call every once in a while, and they seem to be nice to me.
Didn't you write something kind of mean to them?
I write mean things all the time, but they seem to be more adult than MetaZoo Mike.
Look how brutal Audrey is. Am I okay to show this?
Which one?
Where the heck is the official Weiss Schwarz page? Weiss Schwarz English. How do I find these people? How do I find the official channel?
Yeah, I think I know where you're going. It's totally fine.
Oh, this one. This one. Look at what Audrey wrote down here. This was the booster pack review, Starlight, and down here in the comments, I'm just gonna zoom. Where'd it go? Where'd the comments go? There you go. Here you go. That says it all. That says it all.
Am I wrong now? Am I wrong on this one?
You don't know where Audrey is. Here's Audrey on YouTube.
And I mean, I'm a fan of Revue Starlight. I probably own one of the bigger collections of it in the US. And come on.
There was one thing missing in this message, though. There was just one thing that you forgot to say.
What's that?
You should have instead brought Nichijou to English. For that Nichijou guy. Yeah, he would say...
I wouldn't say that. That would be... No.
Nichijou? You gotta do it for that guy. I haven't seen him post in a while. He would always say, don't bring this slosh or whatever to English. Instead, bring Nichijou over. So it's been a while since I've seen this guy. But I do miss him, whoever you are out there in the world. I don't think I haven't been paying attention to the comments all that much.
Jose, I'm very blunt in my posting.
Yeah.
And you're on mobile. So if if you're on the Weiss Schwarz page, I have made a few comments on the official Weiss Schwarz page about things that were on my mind about something they did.
There you go. I'm pretty sure you're on a list somewhere.
Probably.
You never know.
They're really nice to me when I call, and we get things worked out and handled. And so I think they, either they don't read the Facebook post or they just go, oh, okay,
There was
You're not doing anything against Facebook rules, so we're not going to totally hate on you. There
was a Nichijou set in Japan, but it never came for English. And this guy on Facebook has been campaigning for it. He was doing it back on like Data Live. Like he's been doing it for like years or whatever. And but I haven't seen him post recently. I wish I could show you it, but I don't see it right now. But yeah.
Sorry.
What year did it? I think it was like an extra booster.
It was 2011.
2011. Was it was it an extra booster though?
I believe so.
Let's see. I thought it was, but all right. 2011. Oh, there it is. Wait, no.
Yeah.
Got that.
Okay, they have it in 2012. Okay. I know it won It was 2012.
This man really wants it to come to English.
It took second at like the first or second Japanese national championships on when Heart of the Cards was hosting it.
I never finished it, but because of that guy, I started watching that show. I thought it was really funny, so I just never finished it, just because I didn't have time. But yeah, I could see why he wanted it. So I feel for that guy. But you know what? We don't all get our sets. At least you got the Japanese version, sir. You know, Lucky Star never came out to English.
I think I'm trying to find somebody's post to see what name they use because I don't want to accidentally dox somebody if they weren't using their real name on here. But there is somebody who has been in the chat tonight that has it.
Oh, and Angel Pizza.
He uses his real name. Tang Li in the chat actually has Nichijou and has played it and has won games with it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so we're waiting for that day when it comes. I freaking love Angel Beats.
Yeah, actually, he also goes by Anime Weeb and won a certificate tonight.
Well, he won, so there you go.
Yeah. So maybe he could save that for Nichijou's English release.
Yeah, one day. Let's see. Yeah, it's a cool show. I like it. I like Nichijou. So that's it. Hopefully this isn't too depressing. I know we started out a little bit iffy. But yeah, it's goodbye Weiss Schwarz. That day will someday come. Sooner or later for all of us. Right? And I can say that for sure because eventually, I don't want to say I'm going to grow out of anime. I don't think I am. But one day we'll step out of this, maybe because of budgetary reasons, maybe because you don't want to play anymore, whatever the case. But goodbye, Weiss Schwarz. I thought about when that day would come. Hopefully, none time soon. Nowhere soon.
Actually, true story for me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was gonna retire from card gaming at 40. I actually thought I was going to, but then 40 came up and I'm like, but waifus. And I kept going.
Yeah, it just keeps on coming. I think part of it is
yeah, I honestly swore up and down for years that I was going to quit at 40 because I didn't want. If you go to a game store, there's always that old Magic player, and they're cranky and they're clueless and they're bad at the game and they're just a pain in the butt to deal with. And I just never wanted to be that. I was terrified I would turn into that if I stayed in gaming at 40.
Oh, okay. So you're not that. You just don't want to turn into that.
Lately, last couple years, I've been bad at the game. At least I don't think I'm cranky and like irritable and pain in the butt to deal with.
You just need someone to put the pillow on you. Right? Just let me know when my times come. Right? That's what it is. I think for me, it's the amount. It's not the amount. It's the how many different animes and games, and then when you start getting the reprints, not reprints, but right when you had Licorice Recoil for Rebirth for you, you had it for Build Divide, when you had it for Weiss Schwarz. When I start seeing that, that kills my excitement for it, where I see multiple versions of the same anime appearing, especially when it uses the same art. It makes me definitely not want to get it. So especially I could see if it's like Build Divide and Weiss Schwarz or Build Divide and Rebirth for you, but within the same company, that's when it's a little too far for me, right? When you go Rebirth for you and Weiss Schwarz both have it, it kills some of that for me. So I love Licorice Recoil. Do I love it coming out for English? Yeah, but am I as excited as I would be had I not seen it in those other two games? I mean, it's not the same.
I think the big thing is you've got to really restrict your scope and stay in your lane. Like, okay, I see. What's that set called? That you just had highlighted on UT. Millions of Battles or something like that. Millions of Battles Z.
Something Zillions.
Yeah.
Zillions.
like I see that getting ripped a lot of whatnot. I see Lychee getting ripped for its lewd cards and Witcross for its fan servicey cards, and I kind of I low key kind of worry about those people going, oh my word, you're stretching yourselves out so bad. But I mean, I think as long as you stay within somewhat reasonable budget, I think picking 1 or 2 games you're going to be fine and not burning out.
Yep. But what if your card game doesn't get the anime that you want and it goes to Osuka? Then
at that point I think you just bite the bullet.
Yeah,
I know that's harsh, but
yep, that's where I'm at.
But I also don't think though I think you need to have like a major set the game that you're all in on. Well, not all in on, obviously, because I'm saying you should have a second, but and then a second one that you're like you casually dabble with to have fun with it. So, like, I think you can cover a lot of ground if you did Weiss and Asuka, for example, or Weiss, and if you want lewd cards, Lychee.
Yeah. I am gonna try out that Shadowverse caravan when it rolls around in the local area, so I'll be excited to see that. Are you gonna try that out? The caravan, get some free promos.
The scheduling's already done for it, and we were getting the store initially set up and everything, so we missed it.
Oh, jeez.
So we didn't get the store signed up for it in time.
Okay.
Also, I don't think the store's really going to go in on Shadowverse Evolve, which is what the caravan's all about. They're not going to teach a Weiss. They're going to teach a Shadowverse Evolve and then give you a Weiss promo while they're there.
Yep.
So,
So I'm going to try that out. I'm going to drag my sister. She said, why do I have to go? And I'm like, because you have to. So I will be at my the local place to try that out. So I have made sure on my schedule I'm free that day.
I mean, it's a cool idea. I wish Bushiroad would do it with their other games, but I think Shadowverse Evolve has more money going into it because of side games.
Yeah, by the way, Shadowverse, have you seen any of the openings or anything about it?
I watched some rips last night, actually.
Oh, you saw that? People are opening it. Shadowverse. Does this work? If I just type in Shadow,
prices yet or anything, but apparently the prices are doing quite well from what I just saw. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I mean, they look nice. Look at that one. I see nothing wrong with that. It's $175.
Oh, Shadowverse art looks really good.
Yeah.
I mean, and the gameplay, if you're looking for a more competitive game with less random elements, Shadowverse Evolve is actually a pretty good play. But with me, personally, I've been gaming for years and years and years and years. And historically, the only times I didn't play games that didn't have licenses were when I had to. And every time I could get away and play games with licenses, I'd run to those games with the licenses because I enjoyed the characters. Like, I started with Star Trek TCG in the 90s. And Pokemon, because I thought the Pokemon were all cool. And Card Captors and Sailor Moon and a bunch of other games. I always went to the ones with licenses. So Shadowverse is, I certainly wouldn't knock it on its play or anything, but I'm also kind of sitting here going, well, if I'm going to deal with a game that doesn't have a license, I could just pick up Magic and play at every store across the country. I mean, I know that's, I never have a time where I can't play the card game. So it's kind of, for me, I mean, I certainly wouldn't knock anybody who gets into it and go for it. And we really, we might really have fun getting in at the ground level where people are still figuring out the game and everything. But for me personally, I'm just kind of going, I might as well play Magic.
I want to stick to anime. I'll stick to anime one day. So I'm gonna try out Shadowverse. I think it'll be really cool. The cards look nice.
Vincent, I already have a game with horse girls in it, and they gave me an awful trait that I'm scared to touch and play with. So
you just gotta try. You just gotta get on that horse and ride it, right? there you your horse girls. Go and ride them.
Oh man,
That's Vanguard. That's Vanguard. You
Is
got to ride the Vanguard.
this a family friendly? Is this a family friendly thing? Because I mean, you're telling me to ride Palmer, and that there's a lot of places we could go to that probably aren't family friendly.
Well, that's a horse. I mean, you just ride the horse. It's like I'm family friendly. You're riding the horse. It's a metaphor. You get on the horse and you play, right? You go and play that horse, win or lose. I mean, if anything, you blame the jockey for sucking and losing the game. You don't
I'm the
blame the horse.
jockey.
Huh?
Okay, but if I'm playing the deck, I'm the jockey.
Yeah, exactly. Blame yourself. That's what I'm telling you. It's your fault for losing.
Tournaments.
You trained the horse, you brought the horse, you rode the horse, and you lost. So it's your fault. Right? So that's all on you.
I mean, you're spot on, right? But that sounds really emotionally scarring.
It is. I mean, have you ever gone to the live racetrack?
Actually, no.
I have, and I will tell you because this is what I used to do when I first got out of college and I worked my job. I would go, instead of going home right away, I would go to the live horse track, and it was actually live, not just TVs with horses. No, it actually had a track outside. You could stand there. You could watch the jockeys run past you, and inevitably what ended up happening was I went so often. I was hanging out in the upstairs lounge with a bunch of old guys. Like I was getting in all this secondhand smoke. I'm probably like done irreversible damage to my lungs. But I learned a lot about horse racing there. And the one fun part is they taught me. They're like, you need to go down there. You need to watch the horses as they come by, see how they act, and then when the race happens, you go up to where the finish line is, and if your horse doesn't win, you just start yelling at the jockey for doing a terrible job. So that's what we did. It was a lot of fun. It's all about the fun of it. You buy him a drink after the when they're all done later on at the bar. So it was all in good fun. But that's what you do.
Well,
It's
I
a lot
mean,
of fun. You blame the jockey, which is you, Audrey.
I was gonna say I'm really good at blaming myself and yelling at myself about deck stuff, so I've got that part down.
Don't worry, I'm really good at yelling at you for losing. So if you want that, I can give you the experience. I'll give you the yelling at you experience. Though I will say, some of the times it was the jockey's fault. Like the guy was winning. I will not forget this because I put a decent sized bet on him. He was winning, but as he was coming up to the finish line, he got to the point where he was like almost standing up because he thought he won. But because he did that, it slowed the horse down, and the guy behind him won. And I almost felt like he threw it on purpose. So I'm not so sure on that, but I should have won, and he cost me the victory, which was really messed up because you have to ride on through. It's kind of like you've ever seen those runners and like humans running, and they like celebrate before they get to the finish line and then they lose. That's what that guy did. So I was really pissed. That was not being happy angry. That was me being angry at the guy. But it's fun. Horse track is a lot of fun. So, and you don't even have to bet a lot. You don't have to bet at all. You could go there, just watch them. It's free. Or if you want, you put a $2 bet down. It's a lot of fun. You could actually bet on your horse girl. Would you bet on a horse? Like if you go to the horse track one day and one of them was called Palmer, right? You gonna throw $2 on that horse? You gonna root for that horse?
Probably really funny.
You gonna put a 20 down? Dang, you only gotta put 2.
I'd be a sucker. I'd probably categorize it in my head as supporting my waifu or something, and yeah, I'd do that. And then I'd be really mad when I lost.
Okay. Yeah, you are the trainer in Weiss, so I can yell at you. One of these days I'm gonna yell at you.
I've seen the first episode of Masamune to know what happens to trainers.
What?
The first episode of Uma Musume, a trainer scout special week, and she doesn't realize he's a trainer. She thinks he's some perv, and she horse kicks him.
Damn. Yeah, wouldn't be kicked. But yeah, no, you gotta try it out. Go watch Horses Right, Lantern Link. Yep, you just go out there. It's a lot of fun. Really cool time, and it's cheap. Like I said, it's free. So if you just want to have like a free kind of thing, I know people bring their families out there just to go watch it. You know, just have experience it, get some, maybe get a hot dog or something. So it's a really cool time if you have one near you. That that is it's so yeah. I'm blaming you. Don't lose. You bought the thing. You're gonna play it. I know you will, but yeah, it's your fault if you lose.
Oh.
So okay, that's enough. That's a little bit shocking. Wait, what? Yelling at the
I
trainer
wish
in
I
Weiss is illegal, though. It's one of the floor rules. You can't yell at them.
Nope, it is in the floor rules.
What?
The Weiss floor rules are actually really strict for sportsman behavior. They don't enforce them very much, but yeah, they're there.
It's all in good fun.
At one point, I mean, I'm sure you've watched Magic streams where the guys click their cards and shuffle them in their hand constantly as a tick mechanism. In Weiss, that is very, very illegal to do because it's distracting to your opponent.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to read these rules or even enforce said rules.
It's considered unsportsmanlike conduct. I've
Okay,
never seen it called, but it is definitely there.
that's one way to do it. No, I get it. I mean, there's rules. You want everybody to have like a full concentration. You want to be serious. It's a game and all that. But
Well, they don't want to. The rules a lot of times cater to respecting your opponent as a human being and anything that might distract your opponent in the match and give you an advantage. They really crack down on.
damn, I like this card. Sorry, I heard what you said. I'm
Yeah.
staring at this flaming glass card. I'm like, that is a nice looking.
And I can really turn into a card clicker, so I literally have to like sit my cards on the table.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I when I when I played, but again, like maybe if I was in more serious mode, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But no, I don't have a problem with that at all. I've always wondered why people did that. It was kind of confusing to me.
For me, I do it when I'm highly emotional about something. I'm either really happy that things are going right, or I'm really mad about something.
Oh, can you just chew gum?
Okay. So it turns into just a vent, like shaking your leg. You know, it just
Yeah, yeah. You just chew gum.
maybe.
I said flaming glass to my homie and said, "Hear me out." Shadow guns. It does. I'm looking at this and I'm like, "Damn, this looks good." I get it. I get it. I think I just need to open. I sat here as I looked at this, at Weeb Investments video, and I'm like, I just gotta open a bunch of these. Maybe I just need to see the world of different cards. I've been too stuck in Weiss Schwarz and Rebirth for You. I'm not saying like buy all these.
Well,
Again,
did you pop in on Whatnot last night?
huh?
Did you pop in on a Whatnot stream last night?
No, I was at the movies.
Oh, because
So
there was a big B that popped in on Whatnot. And I'm like, hey, thinking it was you, and I was like all happy, and it was. And then
no, it
it was
wasn't me. No, 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 no.
I was gonna say, if you want to see most of these lychee, and a lot of that other stuff, just go to Whatnot.
No,
Don't
I
buy
need
it.
it. I need it in my face. I need to open it
Yeah,
myself,
okay,
touch it,
okay,
feel it, smell it. Lick it,
alright.
whatever. I need to
I mean,
know.
there's probably people that lick lychee cards, so
I
you
don't
can't
mean
give.
actually lick it. I was just joking, but yeah, I assume maybe somebody licks it. That would be. I don't know. I just don't know where those cards have been. But my thing is, I just need to just see it because people love them, right? I just need to see it. I don't know if I'd buy these at all, but I just want to try it. No, so basically, remember, I have a Regal movie theater which has an unlimited pass, so I'm one of those unlimited people
Oh,
where
okay.
I pay $19 a month to watch it. So yesterday, so the day before, me and my wife watched Indiana Jones. Let me actually tell you about my movie experience, if you don't mind. I don't know if you have to go, but
Yeah, I'm done for the night, so.
Okay, so my movie experience. I went to see Indiana Jones 2 nights ago. What day was that? I honestly don't know what day it is today. It's Monday. So Saturday. Saturday, I went to watch Indiana Jones. I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie before. She wanted to see it. She watched them all. I fell asleep within the first 20 minutes. That the the action scene just took forever. Like the first 20 minutes, I felt like were action scenes or something happening, and I fell asleep. And then
I heard it was pretty awful.
yesterday, what did I watch? Uh, I'm really tired, so I can't even remember. I watched The Flash, and then I watched. We did a double movie. That's why when I said I went to the movie theaters yesterday, I was literally at the movies for like 5 hours or something. I watched. What the heck did I watch? I watched Flash and Transformers,
Okay.
and there was these little snotty kids. So I watched Transformers first, and that was fine. I actually enjoyed that a lot. And then I went to the second movie, The Flash, and there was these kids, these two teenagers, and they ran in, and my movie theater, the air conditioning died in it. The one theater that I was sitting at that was playing it, it died. They had the door open. These two little brats run in, teenagers, and they ran up to the back, and so they were 2 rows behind me, and they were like, "Oh my god, it's hot as balls in here," and they're like, "We should just go back to Indiana Jones," and I'm like, "Great!" So they didn't even buy a ticket. They're just theater hopping, which is fine. Like if you're a teenager, whatever, I don't really care. But if I were to theater hop, I would at least be respectful and shut up. They were talking the entire time. They had a soda and they had popcorn, and so there were two rows behind me. They threw the popcorn not behind me, but to the left of me. So they threw it into the row behind me, and they did that, and then they threw their cup into the aisle off to the right. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? Like these bratty little kids, and then they ran down the stairs, and then they ran into another movie theater, and they were just running up and down, going from theater to theater. And I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, at least if you're gonna steal, at least not be an idiot about it. You just walk into the theater, sit there, and shut up, and then move on to the next. I don't get it. Like, but they're literally throwing trash everywhere, and like that's messed up. So I didn't tell on them or anything, but that's I didn't know what to do. It's just freaking annoying. But yeah, I was at the movie theaters all day yesterday. So that big B is another big B, is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Yeah, it even looked like a new account, so I was like, huh.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so I go to the movie theater. That's actually how I relax, if I've never told you that. The reason
Not
why I have an unlimited pass is because I used to take half days at work and go to the movie theater because I would be stressed out about work, life, whatever. And like I said about the cell phone, people write me, I have to answer back. So if I go to a movie theater, everything's on silent, everything's dark. I just go there, I relax for the 2 to 3 hours, and then you know what? I come out a happier person. So yesterday was all day movie day was what actually happened. So I loved it. Like I love this unlimited pass. The one year I watched 100 movies. They had like a tracker, so I actually watched 100 movies in one year at the movie theater. It was amazing.
Ooh. I see maybe 1, 2 a year.
Oh yeah, well, it's how I decompress. Is so I've watched everything. Like I watched some like Lego whatever. I will tell you the best sleep that I've ever gotten was in a movie theater, because like some of the movies are really bad that I just fall asleep during them. But it's like a little nap time motel for me. You just pop back the reclining chair and you just watch it. And if it's not good, I had the unlimited pass, so it didn't cost me anything. It just took my time to drive there. It's really great. Yeah, I
Yeah.
hated those kids. I would have totally thrown them out, but then I'm like, should I really tattle on them? I'm like, they're little they're teenagers. They're little. They're actually taller and bigger than me, like body size. I'm not saying like they were athletic, right? They were just overweight. But yeah, I get it. Like if you have nothing to do and you're waiting for your parents, you watched your movie, you know, maybe they dropped you off at the theater, right? Like you're just trying to kill time. So I was like, nah, but at least don't be an asshole, right? Why do you got to be throwing trash everywhere and talking the whole time? It was really annoying. Yeah, my theater is so cold that like, I was really cold inside of Transformers that by the time I got to the Flash, it was like I was normalizing temperature wise, so that's why I was okay with it. Yeah, they wanted to watch 15 minutes of each movie. So they left The Flash and then they came back like 15 minutes later and sat at the bottom of and then they ran out of there again. Yeah, my wife always brings a sweater to the movie theaters. Yeah, the unlimited passes are really cool. I think. Anyways, I don't spend a lot on streaming or anything like that, and I consider it basically like one of my recreational things budget wise. So $19 just to walk into a movie theater and like relax, be in total peace. I'm like, this is great. Outside of them little kids. Outside of them little kids. That was peaceful. It was so annoying. I really want to just turn around and just tell them to shut up, but I didn't. I didn't do it. I especially knew that they were going movie theater, so I really wanted to just tell them to shut up. But I've been asked by staff to stand down, never been kicked out yet. Yeah, my movie theater is really peaceful. Like the people know me and stuff like that. So um, I just I don't want to cause any problems, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, just why, freaking kids. So
The only time I've ever been asked to stand down, it was the I think it was like 2002, 2003. My family owned a home improvement business, and we would buy really, 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 really high end tickets to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And it wasn't we couldn't get into skyboxes, but we were like the same floor as the skyboxes. So, I'm walking around with people who make more in 1 year than I made my entire life, even up till now.
yeah,
But it was a season ticket plan. It was like 10 grand. But that was just it was a family business. That was the bonus to the family. And we'd get the really nice parking passes and really do it up. And there was a Yankees game in town. And a Yankee rookie named Alfonso Soriano was at bat.
right.
And I was wearing my Oriole jersey, and I stood up and I screamed at the top of my lungs, Rodrigo Lopez, strike out that overrated Yankee loser.
Oh my god. Ah.
The first pitch, Rodrigo Lopez was a very bad pitcher. Soriano hit it over the fence. Now, I want to emphasize that I was at Oriole Park at Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. I was cheering for an Oriole pitcher while wearing an Oriole jersey.
Mhm.
Before I made this announcement and this proclamation, I did not look around the rest of the section. I was the only Oriole fan in the section besides my dad.
Yeah.
Every Yankee fan in that section entirely stood up and called me. I learned new words. I learned new things that I could be called. Security rushed down there, and they were trying to decide whether they had to escort me out or just tell me to shut the heck up. And they went with the latter. I got told to shut up and behave.
That's interesting. It's a baseball game.
Stadium. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh.
I wanted to go to a baseball game tonight. It was raining here, so I wanted to see all the fireworks for 4th of July, but the rain, I didn't want to chance it. But I got to spend time with all of you. Yeah, that reminds me of Seinfeld, where Elaine was wearing the different, I forget what, was it Oreos? Orioles?
I'm not sure. But Yankee fans do not take well. And she's in New York, so that would even been worse.
Yeah, she was in the, I think it was like the owner's seats or something, and she had like the other team's hat on. They told her to
Uh-huh.
leave or something like that. Yeah, she was
Oh,
wearing an Orioles hat. That's what I thought. I was like, that
another
reminded me of that. So yeah.
another game, another Yankee game later in that season. I was talking to a Yankee fan who was being a human being, and he informed me that everybody comes to Camden Yards from New York because it's cheaper. It's cheaper to drive down to Camden Yards from New York City, get the tickets to go to Camden Yards, sit in really great seats that they'll never even be able to sniff while they're in, in Yankee Stadium and watch the Yankees.
Nice.
So, yeah, you go to Camden Yards. The Yankees are in town. It's Yankee Stadium at Camden Yards. It's. I mean, I kind of knew that, but I didn't know it until that I really knew it that day. But
Yeah.
uh,
Well, you live and learn, and you live to tell the
yeah, yeah.
story. And so did
I
those
do love to tell
kids.
the story. If I did that in Yankee Stadium, I probably would have been shot. But I wouldn't have done that in Yankee Stadium because I know I would have been shot.
I really,
Oh,
I want to go to a baseball game. Do you know they
well,
have a,
it was also really misguided to think that Rodrigo Lopez was going to do anything.
well, you had
That was
hope.
really misguided. That
You
was really, really misguided.
hope always leads the
Oh,
way. So, no worries. Well, you lived, and
I do.
so did we all. But this is gonna where I end. So, thank you everybody for being here. If you're gonna light up some fireworks, I do enjoy lighting up fireworks. If you go back to my YouTube, like I do have like old videos of like
Hey guys, there's
fireworks.
13 of you in chat and only 9 likes. Let's get those numbers up.
Huh? What? It's all good. It's all
Oh,
good.
there's 15 in here now, and there's only 9 likes. Come on, guys.
It's all good.
Give me some love. Help him with the algorithm.
Uh, I'm gonna tell you this truthfully, as a person that makes Weiss Schwarz videos for like 2 years now. I basically do not look at views or anything at all. Like that's not even a joke. I basically make videos that I want to make, and hopefully that keeps my interest in it. Like I make videos that I'm interested in it. That's why you don't see some of the videos I've made in the past, because maybe I'm not as interested in those kind of videos anymore. I do it for me. If I cared about views or money or whatever like that, I wouldn't even bother make videos. Like the day I start caring about that, I will probably not make Weiss Schwarz videos, or you won't ever see a video from me ever again. But I do appreciate people that click like and all of that. I appreciate you all being here and being as what is it, active and talking, and as you hear Audrey, I appreciate you being here. So it's because Weiss Schwarz isn't a big thing. Like if you compare it to like other stuff, right? Like even look at this. Again, I'm not saying anything bad about this channel, but look at this. If you look at the views on this video, on these videos right here, which one would you say is more popular? Would it be these goddess story boxes, or Weiss Schwarz? Like literally look at the amount of views of this versus Weiss Schwarz videos.
Yeah, but his market is mainly the goddess cards and stuff.
Mhm.
So his fans are going to be more drawn to watch his goddess videos and his wife stuff.
No. But then compare it to Weiss Schwarz in general. Like here, I'll show you. Like just look within the last week. Right here. 320, 200, 329, 652, 159, 305, 125, 63, 816, 288, 35, 131, 3, 11.
Well, I think
Yeah.
I think there's more video options for people to watch Weiss Schwarz, and there's
Oh no, I
more.
know, I know. I'm just saying, like, if I cared about
Yeah.
view counts or things like that, and I have to make videos that I don't want to, you probably won't ever see a video from me ever again. My whole point with what I was saying there was, I like doing what I do. I appreciate you all being here. It's a lot of fun. If you can't tell, I really just like talking about anime and random stuff. Weiss Schwarz is one of the, I guess, delivery systems for that. So that's why I'm here, and really appreciate it. I have fun with this stuff. It's a good time. So again, going back to what I was saying before,
Hello.
what day will it be when I eventually give up on it? I'm not really sure, but I think what really kills it for me is, if there is one thing that really kills the experience of Weiss Schwarz for me, it's how many sets they're pumping out. Like, where I can't even keep up with, like, me talking about this. As for much as I talk about this, I can't even keep up with what's releasing. Like, remembering. Like there's Dengeki Bunko, here's Girls Band Party on September 15th. You have King of Fighters September 22nd, Boochi the Rock September 29th. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Trial deck for Bang Dream on September 29th. They both come out on the same day. It's like, it's just, it doesn't, you're not giving the respect to the anime or your cards by, like, shoving out so many. You don't get time to enjoy it. I know Rudy talked about that before with Magic the Gathering, right? Like, where they couldn't, people don't fall in love with the newer sets because they come out so fast now. That, you know, that's what's happening here, where, you know, if certain cards are expensive and people can't afford it, they go, screw it, I'll just buy the next set, right? I can't afford it. I'll buy maybe something in the next set. And then it's like that, where it's just an endless cycle of spending or giving up on it.
Now, I think White Sat King actually has a point in the comment section on this one.
Hmm.
White is a very different animal from Magic.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, because
You got different IPs.
like, okay, you've shown this list of all these sets. I'm going to buy. I'm gonna buy the Love Live, the next Love Live set, and that's about it out of everything you showed.
Right.
So I mean, I keep talking about it. You know, both of us, you especially, and then me coming on. You know, we have to kind of keep track of it to talk about it. But you know, from a financial standpoint, Weiss you can ignore as much as you want, as long as you want. I mean, you can.
Yeah, but the one thing that's missed on that is this: people like this. Your market, yeah, the market's made up of what? Players, collectors, investors, and without giving the proper kind of, let's say, attention to a set instead of pumping it out, right? Because a part of it was like the lack of creativity when it comes to the art, the foiling, even the value that is generated in it, because you're just trying to pump out sets after sets. You're going to start alienating part of your market. So even though this person might not have been someone that bought a ton of them, he's not the only person that probably felt the same way. And that's what they're missing, right? They're in the, I need to crank out all this stuff as fast as possible so that I can generate as much money for the company. But in doing
Well,
so, you're overall hurting like your market.
I don't think that's a. I mean, I think Bushiroad is the least painful, but you have MTG doing that. What Pokemon does a new set every 2 months, I think.
Mm, 3?
I mean, they're already talking about some Obsidian Blaze, and Caldera hasn't even been out that long.
Yeah, but there's a difference in like scale, right? Like, where MTG and Pokemon can take more risks because they have a larger amount, right? Again, you had Magic the Gathering where people, whatever, 6 months ago were saying, I'm never going to buy a dime from you and I hope you die, to having Lord of the Rings probably be like one of the biggest sellers ever, where they could take
Oh,
that chance. Where
that's a
when you lose some of these people from Weiss Schwarz, are they coming back? And like, how big were they to begin with, right? Like, Bushiroad was already hurting, because if you look at their financial statements, they were saying there was a rising cost associated with TCGs. Like, they were actually starting to, uh, they're not losing money, but they're earning less profit. That's what they were saying in their financial statements
Yeah,
on TCGs, because of the overall inflation that was happening. But it
right.
definitely doesn't help either if you try to pump this out and you start losing people because of it. I mean, there's a lot of rushing happening with all these different sets. There's a bunch of questionable sets that have been coming out, right? That you're like, could they really make money? And yeah, they could, but was it really worth their time and effort? to
I
actually do it.
I mean, I would that is a big concern I have. That the what's coming out is like, really, guys?
Yeah,
And I'll say that about the Japanese side too.
yeah,
I don't understand why we need another premium Bang Dream set. I really, really don't.
yeah.
Um, King of Fighters, why? I just, that one really there's a few that really confuse me. So I mean, I kind of wish they'd go back to the once a month, a new set every month, like they used to. That was really nice.
Yep.
But I think the entire industry is about farting out as much as they possibly can right now.
Yeah, I mean Bushiroad for sure. They're going for
Yeah,
it.
Bushiroad MTG, definitely.
They're going for it.
Flesh and Blood actually hasn't done that. That's one thing they haven't done. And them and Metazoo, both of them really, I think they still do like quarterly releases.
Yeah. See, so it's like
There you go. I said one thing nice about Metazoo. It happened.
there you go. Okay. Yeah, so that's what it is. They're missing the big picture. That's what people don't see, the whole big picture. And someone like this has actual concerns that other people have concerns with too, and it's not addressed. Right? And part of it goes back to the dead boxes. So one day, maybe Bushiroad, if you're out there, you could go and fix that. Because that's what makes you lose customers. And that does affect it. We'll see. But for the time being, it's business as usual. We're gonna crank out sets like there's no tomorrow, and we're gonna milk you for all the money you got. Right, right, Boochi the Rock, 8 SSPs. We're coming for your money, right there. We're coming for it.
Has 30 some SSPs, so Boochi isn't that bad.
Still, what? Say again?
Bang Dream has like 30 SSPs, so Boochi's only having 8's nothing.
Ah, yeah, but even then, who wants Bang Dream? Oh, but yeah, it's Boochi the Rock. Boochi the Rock, 8 SSPs, possibly needing 8 cases to get them all, right? So, you know me, I like Bang Dream, so
Yeah,
I say that.
I like the franchise too, but
Yeah,
I think it's past its time. It's definitely past its prime and going,
yeah. So that's why I wouldn't use like Bang Dream as an example, right? Because that's a terror. That would be, yeah. Bang Dream, 5th anniversary. I haven't looked at 5th anniversary forever. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, like all these are one or sold out.
really valuing their SSPs.
So yeah, because that's it. It's like it's a grail at this point because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all, sadly. But they will be doing Girls Band Party. Will be actually having a what is that collab with Slime. So that's something.
Yep.
Okay.
I think they did something now. Going back to we commented about MyGo anime.
Mm-hmm.
The mobile game for Bang Dream has entered the territory where a lot of the girls are in college now. And to be honest, I kind of want to see that in the anime. I think that 1 year difference kind of changes the entire plot and how the girls will, how the girls would act and stuff, and that would be really nice, kind of refreshing.
MyGo.
Yeah, I think MyGo actually from it references like Yukina being in college now. Yukina, all the Rosalia members but Akko. And Kasumi and a couple of the Poppy Pod girls. So that's kind of interesting because I would want to see how they change the characters to address that.
Yeah, I have. I don't know how I feel about Bang Dream right now. So I'm going through one of my phases where I'm playing the D4DJ game and I'm playing the Bang Dream game, but it's like one of those ones that at the end of the night I dread doing because it's just takes up so much time now. I actually might drop my Bang Dream and D4DJ game. I played them for ever since it came out. The D4DJ one, however many years ago that was. 2 years? 2 years now? So, year and a half? I don't know. It's been a long time, but might be coming. What we really need is Nichijou in English. There we go. I'm
Yep,
proud.
yep.
You're gonna carry on the tradition for us
We don't need that.
of Nichijou. Yeah, if you haven't watched Nichijou, you need to do it. There it is. I mean, it was a strong anime. I mean, seriously, that's some pretty good numbers. They put up some good numbers. Never came to English. Travesty is what it sounded like. The investor issues are only issues to them. That's a whole topic on its own. This game was successful without them. I don't fully believe that. It will continue to be successful without them complaining. See, I don't agree with that. Not fully, right? You can argue that, but like anybody can argue anything. Yeah, everybody has the right to their own opinion. I think having the investors like brought a light to the game that wasn't there before. And by bringing those people in, some became players, some became more collectors. Not everybody's just like one I don't want to use the word color. Not everybody's one path. Right? Like we can be a mix of like different things: player, collector, investor, investor, play. Is there really an investor player? I guess you could be. You could be a combination of all three. So I wouldn't want to put one off because again, remember remember back then when there was no supply of booster box or trial decks, and people would be like, "Why don't stores or Bushiroad keep extra on the side?" The people that kept extra on the side in today's era, right, are the people that are stores or investors. So if you have any hope of finding any of this product in the future, like unopened, you would look towards the invest. They're the ones that are willing to hold on to the product for it. So to keep it somewhat alive or boxes available, you're either counting on a reprint or an investor to like sell you said item. So now there is a glut on some sets which make cards completely worthless. Again, like which I don't know. Like as a player's side, would you rather pay $400 for a playset or $200? But if you didn't care about the sign cards, does it really matter to you if the sign cards are not worth as much? See, so there's like a whole scale of things. There's like positive and negatives with it, but I would rather not pay $400 for a playset. I was happy to pick up the Quince at $85. Quince 2 for $85. That was pretty cool. That was a good time. So that's a whole other conversation that I don't have time for right now. Anything else? Bang Dream is free money because they own their IP. Yes.
It definitely is free money, but
Yeah, but do you want to see it in English? Probably not anymore. I mean, I love Bang Dream. I have, I definitely have collections of Bang Dream stuff. So I like to see it, but at the same time, it's run its course for sure.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much money they make off of it. If they're still making decent money on it, whatever, they can sell it. But my whole thing is let's stop cranking out things every 2 weeks. That's a good start. Let's not do that. Let's not do that anymore. Yeah. Yep. No, there's gonna be a balance, right? So if you're talking about that stuff, right? You have Saikano. That has there's not a lot of people that bought into it. There's not a lot of people that invested into Saikano. The prices are what they are. People just don't want it. That's not Saikano. I wanted Fruit of Grisaya. That's the one I want. Something very recent. Something that is somewhat looks like it's higher priced. And yet, there wasn't a lot of investment into it. And I get it, right? I don't know how many people that actually want to play with this.
Well, something we were discussing at locals last week. Me, Weiss King, Ty Pro, and a few others. We've pretty much discovered. We feel like Bushiroad has had a really bad approach to the sets they release, and particularly in the order they release them. If Fruits of Crisaya would have came out a year and a half ago, it would have been actually a pretty good success with the players. But Bushiroad seems to cut off pull the South Park stunt where they chop the head off the chicken and let it run around and fall on a thing determining what it is. And that's created a really brutal situation for a lot of these sets. Fruits of Crisaya, Saikano, Girlfriend Beta, or no, I'm sorry, Rental Girlfriend, not Girlfriend Beta, Rental Girlfriend,
Yeah.
Revue Starlight. And if Revue Starlight, the movie, maybe if it was announced right when the Japanese one came out, it would have been okay in English. The things that, the superpower stuff wasn't out yet in English, so it might have caught that window and it would have been something. But, in the next couple months, we have Hololive 2 and we have Overlord, which are going to absolutely just, between the two of them, if SAO is still legal, it's going to create a hellscape for anything that aren't those decks.
Yep.
Even I don't even think Quince holds up with that all going on. Quince is going to start having problems. But it's not very fair because if you look at the release order in Japanese, some stuff is being rushed out so super fast to cash in that it's grossly overscaled on the power scale and just killing things like Fruits of Crisaya. Which I'm sure they brought out Fruits of Crisaya because a lot of people said they wanted Fruits of Crisaya, but those people probably don't want it now when they're going to be locked out of the room for showing up with it. And you don't want to play it anytime outside of the Fruits of Crisaya title cup. And that has hurt everybody, I think. Because if collectors want to rip the packs for Fruits of Crisaya signs, but they can't sell the singles because the players are going, I ain't buying that. I'm not building that deck because it's worthless. I'd get laughed out of the room for showing up with it. Because a lot of stores have switched to a very heavy English focused style.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot of stores used to be, Japanese legal. And over time, because English has gotten more sets and new players have come in and a lot of new blood, English, even in the big harder core, Japanese areas, English is starting to really get a foothold. And, things have changed in a lot of the ways stores run their events and stuff. And that which is great. And, that's good for the English game. But it really, if like that event I told you about Saturday, I brought Hololive, which is pretty high tier, and just got wrecked all day by the top tier decks. What would have happened? Would I wanted to shoot myself instead of just quit if I would have brought Fruits of Crisaya? Because it would have been such a miserable existence. And if players aren't buying the collector singles, well, that kills the price on everything.
Yeah, but then that's what I mean.
It's
So if we left it to
it's a player problem, but it manifests everywhere for everybody.
Oh yeah, but if you imagine it, if no investor actually existed or stores that wanted to buy this thing to sell, how many of this product would actually even exist? Like it wouldn't. It wouldn't. There'd be like barely anything. So if anybody wanted to come down the line like years later and wanted to purchase it, you're not going to be able to find it.
I'm certainly not saying. I definitely have come to an agreement with you that Weiss Schwarz as an entity lives off three pillars: collectors, investors, players. It's just unfortunate that some things from all three pillars really decimate the rest of the community. And I think that's, Weiss King is a little, I could sense his frustration in the comment section And I know where he's coming from because I came at it with a lot of those same sentiments a couple years ago as I was watching this all go down and seeing what I thought was coming, and a lot of it ended up coming. And it's unfortunately very sad, but it's the world we live in. We don't exist in a bubble, unfortunately.
Yep.
We did before 2020, but the bubble is now burst, and we have to change our behaviors, tactics, and what goes on.
Right.
And I'm not trying to pile on Weiss King because there's I he's one of my best friends in real life, and I understand his sentiments, and there's sentiments that I agree with that he definitely has. But unfortunately, we're in 2023.
Yeah. I mean,
Where now because players are going, you release Fruits of Kasai in the wrong order, screw you. The market has fallen out from it.
the reality really is you just got to grow Weiss Schwarz.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. It's like you
I
got to
do think,
grow the amount to scale with what's been happening here.
right. And I do think, that is something I get frustrated with because I absolutely hate SAO. I hate the franchise. The only good thing SAO has ever done is it's given Tang Li a waifu that he absolutely loves and adores. I mean, that's like the only positive thing I'll ever say about it. I mean, I hate the franchise.
SAO
But
isn't the future though.
but SAO on the other hand has brought so many countless people to this game it isn't funny.
Oh yeah, but the future really is.
It's literally the first when people say, "Well, what shows are in the set?" I have to say SAO. When I'm pitching the game to get new players, I have to. The last thing I do want is for them to become an SAO player. There's only one person I want to ever play against with SAO, and that's Tang because he loves the show so freaking much.
Yeah, but this is where
you saw his shrine. You saw his Asuna shrine. So
this is where
know,
Weiss Schwarz
I
completely
have
misses
to.
it. Like they
I
need
have
they need to
to.
grow using new anime, but the anime sets can't come out 5-6 months later. That's where the problem lies. That is absolutely where the problem lies, right? You think an anime like Licorice Recoil. I mean, I won't use that. That's a terrible example because you had the build divide thing, you had Rebirth for you. So using something like Chainsaw Man, that should have been bigger. I mean, it did well. It sold fine, but it should have been bigger than what it actually did. Really, they really need to nail down somehow pumping this stuff out for English in Japan sooner than 6 months to a year later. That's absolutely what's going on because Sword Art Online, even though is a good anime, it's old, right? I get you had Alicization, fine, but what we've seen now is there. That's what I was talking about when I talked about WWE, where they've said that there's not going to be a star like Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, John Cena anymore. And the reason is because there's so many different things to watch. There's so many different wrestling out there. You're not going to have a mega star. You're not going to have a real mega anime that's just generally what people watch anymore. I know you have like your Naruto's, you still got One Piece, you got whatever, but there's so many different genres now that the only way you're going to capture these people is you have to get it out sooner than later. And that's what they're missing. Like, if you're able to pump this out sooner, you're able to grab these people over to Weiss Schwarz or whatever card game it is. And I don't know when these things come out, these right here, like how soon after an anime comes out that these cards come out, the stolen art or whatever. But
The goddess cards?
yeah.
Like literally, goddess cards come out when animes are still airing.
So then they do pretty well, right?
The Cuckoo, well, the first set that had Cuckoo in it
Hmm.
it was like, I think, like episode 10 of Superstar was current because I was shocked when I saw the card.
And people
It
are
was,
really excited, right?
well, not really. Nobody knew who she was
Well,
at the
no,
time,
I'm
but
saying I'm just in general, like when it comes
yeah,
out.
yeah, but when a goddess set gets ripped out and the new hot waifu of the season is in the set, they go, "Oh my gosh, we didn't know
Yeah,
she was in
that,
there."
that's
Yeah,
what Weiss Schwarz
goddess,
is missing on, right? Like we had
goddess,
Chainsaw
but
Man come
goddess
out
is
in March.
easy. All they have to do is they make sets constantly, and all they have to do is grab some fan art and slap it on a card. Where Weiss actually has to develop an entire 100 card set for it and make sure it's balanced. You know, that there's a lot more in making a TCG set than a stolen fan art card.
Oh, I know. I mean, it takes
Yeah.
more than that. You have the balance and all that, but that's what they're missing. If your whole card game is based on the happening anime, and it's not like it was back 10 years ago when there was only so many big ones, right?
Yeah. I mean,
You
yeah,
you need they
they
need
didn't
to
have
adapt to the times and shove this stuff out faster. Like when the anime hits, and maybe that involves working with them to grab different anime or have a layout of what these cards should do. If they have a manga, right, they can go ahead of time and just try to figure this out. Have the cards already based
yeah, but
with flavor in
they
it.
didn't know if they have the license yet. I mean, they have to sign license deals with lawyers and all that other jazz.
Yeah, but you had that with Oshinoko, right? Like that was picked up before the anime even premiered.
That was a very rare situation. That normally doesn't happen.
No, I know
White said,
that normally didn't happen, but what's to say they can't change that going forward? See, it's
I mean,
that
I
kind
guess
of
they
stuff
could.
that they need to change. They
I
need
guess
to adapt.
they would have to get they'd have to guess which show's going to have the seasonal waifu and get it right, which could be really interesting. Or because I mean they're pointing this out in the chat. I don't know if you saw it. The Chainsaw Man, a lot of the Japanese mainland audience rejected the anime, where it's stupid popular here. So I mean, we have to see. Yeah, how would they know that Chainsaw Man was going to be rejected by the Japanese audience with as successful as the manga was? Now, I think here it's going to be fine and it's going to sell a ton. And we even have somebody, Mr. Bixby in the chat saying he's going to buy it in English. He's waiting
Yeah.
for English. Now he hasn't bought it yet.
You could
So
you could design the cards based off the manga, right?
you
Like
can, but I mean, the only thing you'd be able to do at that point is the text.
yeah, exactly. You could take the text. All you got to
You
do is
could do
slap a picture on there
light
later.
text maybe. I mean, if you're going to do something flavorful.
What? You get
Yeah,
it
I
for
don't
reading the
know
plot.
the whole procedure of how Weiss Schwarz cards are made, but I can't imagine they'd be able to ever go as fast as a goddess card.
They won't be as fast as a goddess card, but they should be faster than 6 months. I think being able to read the actual manga, understanding the story, the characters, asking the anime what they're going to actually make into anime, you'll be able to pick some of the flavor off of there.
It depends on if they have access to that because of the licensing issues.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like that should be
I mean,
part of
honestly,
that should be
if you
part
look
of it.
if you look at the set, the superstar set you're scrolling over while you were on the live stream, it said you were scrolling over. A lot of that, the signs, all those signs are stock art.
Yeah, and
So,
that's
I
why
mean,
people hate it. That's why people they hate the art. So I mean, they have a few things to fix, right? They have to fix the art. Maybe ask them for original art when they actually do this. That's what they did with Licorice
I
Recoil.
can tell you historically, original art has been a crash and burn for Weiss Schwarz.
What do you mean?
People hated it. Nanaha Strikers and Nanaha A's were both done as original art cards, and they were just hated.
You mean the whole
I
set or just a couple things?
like the whole set.
No, I'm not saying do the whole thing. For me, in a perfect world, what I would have in there would be mostly the screens and then some original art to mix in there. Like if somehow by magic you were able to get like some manga art too, great. But I know licensing and all that stuff, but I think right with what you had in with Licorice Recoil, they mixed in some of the right new art, original art for this that people actually liked, enjoyed. It doesn't have to be all different. Just have some new ones in there. That way you don't have complaints like this where it was it's all just screen grabs. Because I've heard that there's plenty of people that have written on my channel that they've hated all the different screen art. They say it lacks creativity. It's just lazy, right? I've seen that many times. on my comments that people have said that.
Yeah, I have too. It's been
Yeah.
an issue. It's been a complaint about Weiss as long as I've been in Weiss.
Yeah,
But
I
I
wouldn't like
also
spend time
I
getting
also
original art. That
been
would take
around
forever
long
to
enough.
pump the set out. You'd never get the
I've
set
also
out.
been around long enough to see what happens when they do original art and the read from that. So
I don't think you're gonna please everybody. I don't think
maybe not.
I would never make a set with all original art. And I think at the very least, let's make our super rares and triple rares at least different art. If you can give me that, I'll be at least happier. Just they haven't been
A lot
able
of
to do that yet. We haven't gotten there yet, but maybe one day.
that more and more.
Yeah.
I mean, every I can think of two off the top of my head. Every Quince SR is different from the original, and every SR and D4 DJ is different than the original.
Yeah, but that's not every set. Like if you I could just where's my chainsaw man?
They also might not have enough art because they also well, I mean, with D4 DJ in particular, it's a mobile game, so there's a ton of art. But is there really a lot of officially licensed art from Chainsaw Man that they could access?
No, but I think that's part of the deal. It's like you just go, "Hey, we're going to do this, but at least give us some original art."
I mean, I just every show has its stock art, but I don't see
Oh, wow.
Chainsaw Man as having a lot of stock art for them to use.
There you go.
I mean, actually, yeah, a few of those look different on the higher rarity. They did it there too. Different poses and stuff. I mean, also, I'm gonna really offend some people, but Chainsaw Man is about blood and gore, not about artistic value. So the show honestly doesn't look that great animated. Outside of the blood, guts, gore, and fights and stuff like that. Your backgrounds are all very basic and your character designs are very basic. So I just don't. I think it's kind of harsh to nail Bushiroad with that when there isn't much to work with from the franchise.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm not saying that these cards like you change the background or something. I'm just like give me a different like right here. Give me a different SR picture.
Okay, this is as far as I know, this is generic Dude A. Is there other artwork that they could even use, that isn't a screenshot for this dude?
Yeah, lady
Is there official artwork for this dude that they could use outside
lady
of this?
lady
Oh,
lady,
that's a
but
girl?
yeah, that was a
Oh,
girl.
okay.
But yeah, no, there's
Look at the
different.
dude.
She was definitely in there enough that you would have been able to get a different picture, or at least, like I said, just come up with a different original art for it.
Oh, Brian, I mean, yeah, Pokemon's doing it. Pokemon's definitely nailing it, but the Pokemon company has a much broader scope to get art from. Where Weiss has to deal with the licensing companies and they only get access to the anime itself and the stock art that the show uses.
As far as we know, I mean, I don't know if we really know what they get. We're just really guessing, right?
I'm
Unless
making I feel
unless
like I'm
someone saw
making
a contract
I feel like
out
I'm
there.
making an extremely educated guess. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And this makes me what am I supposed to take back? What am I supposed to take back? Because I'm assuming that's at me because Big B doesn't make hot takes.
Yeah, I want to see original art. I'm not a huge fan of chibi art, so even though they have them in Spy Family and they look okay, they look okay, they look fine. Um,
Chibi is fine depending on the show. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to see chibi art for Chainsaw Man.
no, definitely not.
But Spy X Family that's supposed to be wholesome and cute, sure, let's go with it. It's
Uh,
fun.
the nut one, the nut. Oh man, am I gonna be able to find it? I think I put it at the end. Did I? Oh shoot. Oh, I did. I put it at the very end. There it is. Yeah, that was a good one.
Is it just me, or is that dude really enjoying being kicked?
He is not. He is
Okay.
not.
Yeah,
The
that
other
was like,
two guys are enjoying it.
yeah,
That guy tied up, definitely not.
okay.
Nope, he's not. That's him screaming in pain.
Oh, okay.
You can tell because his like foot is curled from the pain.
Joshua Bixby, I'm sorry. I call it as I see it, buddy. Sorry to offend. I'm glad that you enjoy the series, but that is just my that is my take on it.
Yeah, I mean this is the trial deck. This right here is your trial deck. So
they
every
do really
single one of them.
they do fart out. They do really just trial decks are kind of just thrown to the
Like you even
road.
had a TD, SSP, and SR. All three were the
Yeah.
same.
They definitely TDs are definitely bad about that. I certainly wouldn't argue with
I mean, he
that.
was like a little lighter. Wait, no, is he a little lighter? I might be just
Literally,
messed.
for most people, I mean, okay, for players, TDs come to like 1 or 2 cards in the entire thing.
Why is he lighter on the right side and then the left side?
I don't know. Different people worked on the Photoshop.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, but anyways, but yeah, that's there you go. There's your trial deck. That's awesome, guys. Thanks for giving us a great trial deck.
I wish we could have, going back to the person you started the stream with. I really wish we could have said, "Hey, don't rip a case of Chainsaw Man TDs. It's just gonna hurt. Go get some booster boxes and go hunting for Makima." I mean, unfortunately.
I guess they're just all lighter. They all look that way. They're all lighter on the foil version. Anyways,
But I mean, as I told somebody on in private messages on whatnot last night, Weiss is finicky and Weiss is painful. But it works, but you have to really learn it.
we had that talk already. It's a trial deck. Other games have no alt art or foils for starters. That's that was a hole we went down not too long ago. So, not I guess not the time for that one. But yeah, it's something that Weiss Schwarz has done. They charge a price for it, and that's where we are now today. It's here. It needs to be different, but
Now, I mean,
oh, did you see that?
for,
I
for
will say.
folks
Go
for
ahead.
folks with that issue, I would Bushiroad definitely does a good job with feedback. If they get feedback and they hear it loud enough, they act on it. If this is a big hang up for folks, I would strongly suggest you email them. At least, they don't respond to emails, but I know they read them. I know for a fact they read them. I've talked to enough people there. They definitely read them. It's the follow up where they get lost. So,
Yeah, but that the follow up's
email,
everything. Follow-ups.
email them. Say list out your issues.
I don't even bother anymore. I remember I used to write
Because it's
and
not.
I forget it.
I mean, Big B's awesome. He has a great reach, but complaining, about the art of a card to him or myself, we can't do anything.
I can't do anything. My advice to you, if you have advice for Bushiroad, don't even bother. At this point, don't even bother. Honestly, that's where I'm going with that.
That King apparently has gotten a follow up, so I mean
What?
that's better than I've ever done. I mean, I know for a fact though they read them, and when they do those surveys, put them on blast for it. And there's always a section. What else do you want to tell us? Put them on blast. Tell them exactly how you feel
Why? I
to change things. I mean, I know for a fact. I guess I'm gonna pat myself on the back a little bit if it comes off that way. I'm not trying to be arrogant, but I know for a fact I changed policy for the way the national championships are handled for Weiss JP. I didn't. It took me a while. I had to write out a pretty lengthy, detailed email breaking down exactly what they did wrong, exactly why I thought it was wrong, giving them citing reasons and any other fact I could find for it. And they changed the next year, they changed it. And actually, the person, the person who runs the Nationals flat out said, Audrey did this. So I know, and we've seen things like everybody screamed they wanted, there's sets that people have said they wanted. I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. I'm drawing a blank right now. But, they listen to those and they do the sets.
Like, I don't know. I get it. If enough people say it, great. But if not enough people say it or care, there's no point
Right.
to it.
But,
So,
I mean, okay, let's say that you have a really big issue with the artwork in Weiss.
how about
Send
mapping? How about dead boxes?
Okay, dead boxes is another one.
Because you've
Send that
heard
guy's
plenty of
YouTube
people
video.
complain about dead boxes.
Send that guy's YouTube video. Big B's talked about mapping and stuff all the time. Send his videos. Include it in the email.
But again,
You know?
what would that do? Because I think dead boxes have been something that's talked about for 2 years and nothing's
Dead
been done about
boxes
it.
though weren't really okay. Dead boxes were kind of a hush hush. We all knew about it before 2020.
Uh-huh.
But it did not become the issue that it was until after 2020.
Right.
And
Now it's
Bushiroad
2023.
Bushiroad probably isn't aware of how bad of an issue it is, to be frank.
Oh, they know. They 100% know because they were talking about it happening in Japan. And nothing's changed though.
Well, sellers in Japan also won't sell you a dead box. They'll let you know it's a dead box. Western culture is more scumbaggy. You won't do that. There's a big cultural difference there.
People will do
A
that.
shop will not. I mean, yes, some people in the West will tell it's a dead box and sell it to you at a discount.
I don't know if you've been seeing
But
like these the Pokemon people getting like juice boxes inside of their booster box cases, but it's a thing. So it's
I mean, unfortunately, money corrupts. So maybe that
oh
is the
yeah,
only
no,
line.
it's
What I've
happening.
always heard,
They know.
Japan really takes care of you on the dead box thing. If you go to a store in Akihabara, if they know that if they know it's a dead box, they let you know. They work with you on it.
All right, but yeah, no, times are changing, and they
Yeah,
know about
times are
it.
changing.
They
And
haven't done anything in 3 years of time, 2 years at
I
least,
don't
I guess.
know. I don't have a set answer to give them
Yeah.
yet. I haven't put it together. I think Willie is the right answer. I mean, my first suspicion is to say that Willie is the right answer.
What you mean, Steamboat Willie?
Yeah.
What about him?
Willie did not take one of your big hit spots in the case.
Not everybody agreed with that. There was people that were saying it does.
Okay, if it does or it doesn't, the idea that putting a card like that didn't eat the spot is, I think, the best answer that I've come up with so far. I don't know. You're right. I can't. I've never opened one. I haven't touched
Yeah, no,
Disney
other
100
people confirmed that it took a
before,
spot. So there's some
but
people saying it didn't. There's some people that said it did.
if it didn't, that's the answer. Put the stupid high rare chase card and make them rip the packs.
Yeah, but that's only like
I think Uma Musume with its one SP, one OFR, one SP box is actually a good answer too. I mean, yeah, you'll have some dead packs if you hit hit the 2 in the first 10 packs. And you'll have some dead boxes afterwards, after that box has been confirmed hit, but at least it's lessening it.
see that didn't solve anything. That just proved to me again where it's like you still have a box with 4 SR. You still had basically a guaranteed rate that you knew that there was an SP and an OFR in one box. There was a 4 SR one. That's not random. They haven't hit the point where it's like random yet.
No, and they're never going to. I think somebody in the chat even mentioned that Japan really likes fixed boxes. And we're dealing with a Japanese company, not a Western company.
Right, but then
The
they're also...
Bushiroad USA office is there for show. It's Singapore that runs everything.
Well, I know, but then you're selling in English. So you're never going to then fully fix the problem of this person that only buys a certain amount of stuff and is quitting because they felt like they've been buying dead boxes this whole time.
I mean,
So
there was
you're just gonna
something.
lose that person. And I get it. That's okay with some companies. So if they're okay with that, then that's what's gonna happen. But they're gonna just lose people.
I also think that there was a Bushiroad used to have a blog website when I first started. It ended about a year after I started playing, but it was really poorly ran. But in it, there was one blog post where I guess Vanguard had just come out to the US and it was really long. So it caught my attention and I went ahead and read it. And in it, it started with a person asking about tournaments and how they're ran and things like that. Because Bushiroad does do some weird stuff. And back then they did even weirder stuff. And after this big lengthy explanation, Bushiroad flat out said, "We do not understand the mindset of Western tournament players. We are attempting to adapt, we are attempting to learn it, but we do not get it because that is not how things are done in Japan. We want to service we want to service our Western customers and make the events as good as we can, but we have to learn and understand what they want." I mean, I'm paraphrasing a massive paragraph. And I think, to be honest, they're still trying to figure out what happened in 2020. I'm still trying to figure out almost to a degree what happened in 2020.
That's pretty sad then. That's pretty sad then. Not you. I'm talking about Bushiroad. If they haven't figured out what happened, I mean, you're just guessing. You're
I'm
just
not
saying
saying
that.
what happened. I'm saying I shouldn't word it as what happened. I should say the cultural shift and the quirks of the culture along with the desires of the culture.
Yeah, if they're still trying to
I
figure
think
that out, that's really sad.
uh I don't know, because I think a lot of us players are still trying to figure it out too.
Well, that's a different story. But my whole
But
point
I mean,
is
so if I'm
their
if
job is
I'm
literally to sell cards and to understand your market. I can't imagine. Um,
It is.
I
It is. Okay, there's one thing I'm gonna say. My boots are on the ground here in the West. My boots are here.
yeah,
I do a YouTube show with you. I talk to great people on the Discord who are very different from me. And I talk to people and whatnot, and I still feel like I'm learning about things to this day.
okay,
I don't think I've got it all figured out. But I'm in the middle of it. Bushy
right.
USA is not. They exist in an office in LA.
Yeah, but
And
that's
Bushy USA is ran by Bushy Singapore, who is
right.
effectively ran by Bushy Japan. So you have folks who are determining how this card game works for the Western market sitting in Singapore.
Yeah, but
They
again,
can't even
that's
get a card
is
translated right.
isn't that sad though? So
It
your whole
is
goal is
sad.
to
But
sell card.
Konami did this has had the same issues in its history.
Yeah, but that's no
And much
excuse. So
longer into their
I don't
and
know
much longer into their
I don't
history.
know if what you're trying to tell me is like this is a viable excuse for them. Like I will say, if I had a company and my marketing guy comes in 2 to 3 years later and be like, "Sorry, boss, I still don't know what the heck happened back in 2020. We don't understand this market at all." I'd be like, you better figure this out real quick because if not, I'm gonna be looking for a new marketing guy.
No,
That's
I
what
think
I'd
it's
be
more of
saying. It's
I
like, what
think
do you mean?
no, I think it's more of the marketing guy doesn't even know that there's a problem.
Yeah, well that's the point. That's
I
how
think the
you
marketing
that's how
I think
you but that's how
big Japanese companies run like communist states. They're
yeah,
all yes men to the main boss. They're all telling Kadani everything's wonderful. So they don't know that, collectors are making YouTube videos, quitting the game because trial deck cards look like crap and they buy dead boxes by accident. I
right.
don't. If Kadani told me he had never heard about that before, I wouldn't be surprised in the least bit. And I'm not saying it's right, but I'm
Keith
not trying, and I'm not even trying to give them an excuse. I'm
Kitani
unfortunately I'm
wouldn't
saying this is what it is.
Kitani wouldn't know that. And he shouldn't know that. Like he definitely wouldn't know that. That's too high up the chain.
Exactly.
No, no,
But
that's what I'm saying. No, I'm like, no, what I'm saying is Kidani will never know it. That's too high. That's too deep in the weeds. There's some guy below him that should know all this stuff and should be making adjustments. Like, if not, then you have a terrible marketing thing. If the problem is they're in Singapore, then guess what? Someone needs to
I,
come over
I,
here and figure this
I
out. Like, as a company, that
I'm gonna give
is
you a very
absolutely inexcusable. Like, for them to go, well, you know what, we're just gonna run this as normal and ignore the market itself. It's like, you actually have you're trying to grow this thing, and you don't understand the market. That's just absolutely
here's
inexcusable.
I have heard of it. I don't want to name names where I got this source from, so please don't ask. I'm not gonna say. But I have been told by someone that I trust the source that when Fantasia Bunko came out, the Singapore office does the translations. When the cards were sent to the English office told them, hey, this is translated wrong, this is grammatically wrong, etc., etc. When it got sent back to Singapore, they were Singapore reprimanded the US office for criticizing their work.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
So
Like,
that's how Asian companies work.
no, I know, but it's like, if
Everything's
you're
do exactly what
if
you're
you're
told, and they don't.
attempting if you're attempting to grow, then you really need to hear it. It's we started this conversation saying, like, what's the point of telling Bushiroad any of this? They're not going to
And the
make a
reason I told
change.
you to tell Bushiroad of it, because that USA employee isn't going to tell Singapore what's going on without having like something they can give them. It's not from them.
Yeah, but then you need actual people that will actually write. And
Exactly. And that's
there's
on the people then, isn't it? I mean, yes, Bushiroad should fix the problem too, but sitting on a YouTube channel and
but
complaining about it isn't going to fix anything either.
it doesn't fix it when they send you a general reply. See, what happens then is, you just had told me a store, Wishy Navi, sent emails saying this thing doesn't work. And what did they do? They said,
They probably threw it in a folder
there
waiting
you
to get
go,
back to us when they
exactly.
did.
So you have enough people that would write emails, eventually just say, screw it, because you guys don't listen to me anyways. So what's the point again, going to send them emails when they don't actually do anything about it?
Are we just gonna? So I shouldn't have sent in the. So I shouldn't call them and try to get the Bushy Navi situation fixed.
That's a different
I mean,
story, right? No,
there's
no, because that's a different story. You're an actual store that actually has to do thing. This guy right here, he's gonna say, I don't like the art, and that's it. What are they gonna do? They don't care, because nothing
yeah.
needs to
If
happen.
you're just saying I don't like the
Nothing.
art, I can tell you it's not going to go anywhere. You're
Well,
going to actually have to like lay out facts and
well, yeah,
evidence
yeah.
and
But
put a
my
real
point is,
logical proof behind it.
there's no action that needs to happen after that. If you're a store and you need to run a tournament, you need that, I don't know, Bushy Navi to work or whatever. That is something that's a priority thing. Where this one, there is no action item afterwards. They could either choose to change the art, with all of his facts or whatever, or not. And what normally people end up getting, right, is a general response that says, thank you, we're forwarding it to somebody, and you never hear anything ever again. And that's why
That,
people don't
that's
write
something.
anymore, because
At least it's
nothing happens.
something. I
It's not
just don't.
something when you don't feel like you're heard, right? If you don't feel like you're heard and you get a general reply, it'd be like, they don't even write your name, right? I think they write, dear sir or madam. They don't even bother. That's how much that general reply is a general reply, right? They don't even write your name back.
It's a very formulaic email. I agree.
Well, yeah, no, so they don't even care. What you get back from that email is a company that doesn't give a damn about what you just wrote. And they don't write back and say, by the way, we're going to take care of this. This is what we did. There's nothing there. It just
No,
says, yeah, we forward it. See you later.
at this
Thanks.
point there isn't. At this point there isn't.
Thanks.
I'm
Thanks.
saying I'm saying the only chance you have of getting this fixed, if this is like a be all end all issue for people, which is
It is.
that's about the only way you can fight it. And it would take a lot of people. It would take, everybody in the chat, all their friends, all their locals at their LGS. It would
Exactly.
take
So it's never
more
going
than
to
that.
do anything. Like,
Then why are we
we're back
complaining
at
about it?
square one, where it's basically, it's not going to do anything. People like him will quit, and it's a see you later. So, yeah.
I mean, then at that point, why are we complaining about it? You know, I guess
Because that's what we do.
I,
That's
I
what we
guess
do.
I like to fix things. I don't like to just sit on my butt and complain. I guess that's just how I am.
Yeah, but there's no fixing this if they don't want to hear it, right? Like
I'm just saying, if it's that big of a deal, at least just throw it in the wind and give it a try.
I did. I did it with my fingerprinting, right? I have a plate full of cards with fingerprint dust on it that I've done like 6 videos on. I've done all these mapping and all this other stuff, dead boxes videos. I sent it to him, by the way, and I was met with a general response. So thank you, Bushiroad, for listening. While other people out there in the world get scammed by people that want to just make money. So thank you, Bushiroad. Thanks, guys. So that's how I feel about that, right? Like, what's the point of me like trying to fix things, tell them things, make videos, and show them exactly what's happening, and they don't even care. Like they never bothered to say, you know what, you're right, we're gonna handle this. No, it's dear sir or madame or slash madame. Thanks for bringing our attention. We're gonna forward it to somebody. So yeah, whatever.
At least they forwarded
It's like
it.
whatever. Huh?
At least they forwarded it.
That's just the general response. Who knows if they forwarded it? Yeah. Do they care? Yeah, they don't care. Like if they really cared, they would you know all this time that the marketing's bad. They should have had someone here. With the game growing as much as it had, they definitely have money to put into it. Instead of spending money on licensing, trying to get every freaking IP under the sun to pump out sets every 2 weeks. Because that's their focus. Just like let's crank out sets, let's get licensing, and let's go. Let's just shove this stuff out. Where you actually have some real problems that you could actually focus on and take care of. There. Money makes the world work. Yes, it does. It does. But you have to fix the problems before moving on as well. You do both at the same time. But you don't really have a lot of time if you're focusing everybody on pumping stuff out every 2 weeks to 3 weeks. Or what happens in September, 2 weeks, then 1 week, and 2 sets on 1 week. That's what you
Now,
don't do.
I will say, is a positive of them pumping out sets constantly. I have a shot of getting stuff I want if they print enough sets. Because if they don't pump out stuff constantly, then they're only going to worry about their big hitters that are going to make a lot of money, which are series they probably don't like. So I kind of need them to fart out things every 2 weeks to make sure I get stuff I like.
Yeah, they didn't forward it. The people. Yeah, so that's how it is. That's how companies are. This is what we do. We talk about it. If they hear us, great. If they don't, which they might most likely don't hear us, then that's how it is. But like I said, they're only focused on certain people. They're only focused on getting as much money as possible. So this is what we do here. We talk about it and inform people that there's always a chance that you buy dead boxes, you buy from trusted people, and this is a possibility when you buy stuff. So that's all we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think education's very key in offsetting the damages and trying to stop situations like that.
Yeah, but
Actually, I've kind of resorted to a tactic of, do you want to spend a lot of time learning a card game and how its market works? Oh, you just want to open packs. Don't collect or invest in Weiss. Yeah, okay. Just stick with Pokemon.
yeah. So no, I mean, well,
yeah, I think the person's not going to take the time to do
wait,
that.
why stick with Pokemon? You don't actually mean that, right? Like, you don't actually mean that, do you?
To be honest, I'd rather have them stick with Pokemon and be happy than get mad because they bought into Weiss stupidly and got lost their butt and make YouTube videos.
Yeah, but even then, it's
I hate to be that blunt, but I'm not
But Pokemon's not like a money. Pokemon's not a money printing machine. Magic the Gathering's not a money printing machine. None of these are really, unless you bought like One Piece booster box, whatever, and then
Yeah, but people seem to think Pokemon's a money machine. I don't know. Every pack of Pokemon I bought, I lost my butt.
Well, yeah, that's like
And
right now,
you know what?
Pokemon
I
is.
might be positive. I might be positive in the last 2 years because I hit on Eevee evolution that was like $100. That might be the only thing that kept me positive, but I know every other Pokemon pack I'll open, I lost my ad. I don't think I've opened a card more than $2 outside of that Eevee.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
like, I was just saying basically that you have to understand every market. Every market's
you
different.
know,
Pokemon's
you do
different
the Pokemon,
than Weiss.
everybody does Pokemon, and they've been doing Pokemon since they were a kid, kind of deal.
Right?
I guess being a gatekeeper's kind of mean, but I'd rather have them just be happy with their Pokemon cards than come over to Weiss and be mad about it later.
I wouldn't want that.
Well, if they want to ask 30 questions and learn about it and things like that, oh heck yeah, I will do everything I can to help them. I'll probably pester them with how much information I'm going to give them and try to make it work for them.
I want them to come
But
to Weiss Schwarz. I want them, like, whatever. I want them to come because they can experience the wonderful world of anime if they haven't. That's why I want them to come. Because there's so much things to see other than, regular TV, I guess. Right?
yeah, I mean, if they're, but at the same point, you got to be careful. You don't want them. The last thing that Weiss needs is a bunch of people making YouTube videos like that guy. Or, I know you've watched Umu. You've heard him rant and rave about Weiss because he lost his butt on Fate Grand Order. That's terrible press. You having a positive experience. I think the marketing thing is, a person with a positive experience only tells like one person, where a person with a negative experience tells 1,000. I think it's something along those lines, is he saying. I might be changing the numbers and getting them wrong, but
Yeah, but you can see that with anything, right? Like
you
how
can,
many videos have you seen with people saying they bought a bunch of Lord of the Rings and they got absolutely destroyed?
I agree, and I pity
Yeah,
them. And if they would have asked me for their opinion, I would have told them don't gamble.
yeah,
I agree. I just don't have a platform where I can, I don't talk to people about Lord of the Rings or whatnot, or I don't
yeah.
on Discord and
I
things
just
like
want
that.
people in Weiss Schwarz to promote anime, and that's where we go with that. Like, even though you veer away from Weiss Schwarz and end up in some of this stuff, you know what? We still like our anime.
Yeah,
Whether it costs $60, $80 a booster box, or $30 a booster box.
I wouldn't be sitting here on the stream ranting and raving passionately if I didn't care.
Hmm. No, no, yeah, for sure.
I have weird stuff on my keyboard. I was blowing it off.
But yeah, no, it's
But
no, I'd want them in there. If they want to learn about Weiss Schwarz, great. If they want to learn about Pokemon, they still have to understand the market. They still have to understand the Magic the Gathering market.
they
Like,
do. They absolutely do.
yeah.
But
Yeah, it's yeah, just uninformed people
not,
everywhere. Like
not a
in
negative
every
question.
aspect of life, you'll find people like buying shoes, buying watches, buying purses, buying cars, buying homes. They have no
A
idea what
lot
they're
of those,
doing. They just got
a lot
money
of
and they're gonna
those,
spend it or a
a
credit
lot of
card.
those have a lot easier learning curves.
What?
A lot of those have a lot easier learning curves.
Which one?
Any of those collectible markets you listed, and
No way.
they have better outlets for resale.
Purses. Do you know how many people
Purses are
mess?
a pretty big thing.
Yeah, I know, but do you know how many people mess up purses? Like there's
I'm
a
telling people
storage
that
thing
all
to it.
kinds
You
of
got to
different.
then get groups in it. You have to buy. Hopefully, you don't buy a counterfeit one. There's a bunch of things that go in it.
Yep, there is.
Yeah,
I'm certainly arguing that.
yeah, no. So it's everything has it. There's just a lot of uninformed people. That's what it comes down to. I would really hope when people buy things that they would look, but you never know. I mean, right? Like just going back here. I mean, this is how you can tell there's uninformed people. This is the easiest way. This is Hololive too, where I could still find it on websites for under $60. And
What
as of
what is
June
what
27th,
is
someone bought it for
what, what
$82.46.
Hololive? I'm sorry. What Hololive 2 is that? A booster box?
Yeah, booster box.
Oh, pre-order. Wow.
Yeah, as of June 17th, someone bought 4 of them at 87.60. So yeah, there's tons of uninformed people out there in the world. You're never gonna reach them all. It's a little sad to see this, but I don't know what else you're gonna do. It's just how it happens, right? This is just
I
how
mean,
it goes.
I guess that's going to make sure there's
At
plenty
least
of
this
it to
person
sell.
got 8% back. They bought it
Yeah.
on June 30th, so they got 8% back. Yeah.
Though I would make, you know, if I really wanted to open a can of worms, I would start trying to make the case that Weiss boxes are too cheap.
Uh,
That they're very problematic for sellers because they're so cheap and the profit margins are so bad. But
well, yeah, but yet yeah, we know why the reason for that one.
oh, we do the
Yeah.
licensing, the you know, but the fact that backpack sellers in the market has been able to get boxes at like $5 over cost to people, you know, really hurts a lot of really hurts the value on them.
Yeah. And that really just
Well,
comes
I can't
down
talk.
to,
Well, I can't talk. I haven't bought a case from a business ever, so
yeah.
that would be very hypocritical. But I do see. But I can look beyond my my case that I just bought and see, you know, that it does hurt.
Mhm. Yeah, see, so it's like as long as that is an option for people to buy cheap cases, people will take it no matter what. And that's just
I
human
mean,
nature.
you got to. You got to. That
Yeah.
you got to make it's a hobby and it's your entertainment expenses. You got to make it more affordable or as affordable as you can make it. So I mean, I don't fault the buyers. You know, it is a situation unfortunate. It is a situation the world is in. I'm very grateful that that I cooperate with an LGS that has booster boxes at 70 and they don't get mad about it. So, uh, and
Yeah.
I think they seem to like all the booster boxes they've been selling lately. So that's good. Oh, uh, no, he already answered it in the chat. Let's see. Um, Mr. Bixby, I did see earlier in chat while we were very deeply discussing things, my opinion on Avatar. I'll have to look up that deck. I haven't seen what they found yet for that, to be honest. I've been really lazy lately in things of that regard. So I'll have to look it up. If they did, oh my gosh, I hope they ban it fast because they already had to do it for Hololive. But we'll have to see. You know, that would definitely help card, you know, to bring it back to investing and such. That would really help card values on that set because then players would have a reason to buy it.
Yeah. So have people been getting boned in Weiss Schwarz? What do you think? Some people have. I've heard someone like I watched a video earlier where someone was saying like a Disney 100 box could be like you should be getting it for 150.
I
Seems
don't
like a
think it's
lot.
that high, but that's okay. I guess I can kind of justify 150. But Disney 100 boxes have turned into a mini version of the One Ring when it because of Willie. So
130. Yeah, 130, we had a 163, 160. Was this a break? 160, 125. So 130, 140, 132. So you can get it for lower than 150 at this point.
yeah.
Yeah, so but to hear people buying it like at 150. Ooh. But again, you have the hope in the sellers, right?
I think you're paying that premium for the hopium chance that you get Willie.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, there's definitely people buying things at higher than the price. People buying dead boxes because they don't know any better. So it's unfortunate. It still happens. So that's where it is. Are people still getting screwed? Yes. Yeah, absolutely,
Well, I
absolutely.
mean, the world is rotating around the sun. People are getting screwed.
Oh yeah, no. So I, it's gonna happen. It will happen, and it will always happen because money is a thing. We need money to survive. Disney 100 got reprinted. Yes, it did, but it's still people are paying for it. Like I don't know.
SGR 7th. As far as I know, Lorcana is still scheduled to release on time, and it's all systems go. A lot of stores have been receiving confirmations that they're going to be official tournament stores. I've seen a couple of those posts on Facebook. So it seems like they are like revving up and ready to go. Unfortunately, I'm worried. I'm actually considering jumping into Lorcana myself after I do a demo if the game's playable. But I am terrified it's going to be like Digimon on the Digimon release where the boxes were gone and cards are regular rares are $100 that you need to play with because nobody can get product. So I'm gonna have to wait and see myself.
Oh,
But
Lorcana's gonna be awful.
as far as I know, it's all systems go for release.
Look at this right here. There you go. Lorcana booster box, $269.98.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And if you think that's crazy, people are actually buying it. I mean, one. Wait, what day is it? Today's the 4th. Now it's the 4th. Happy Independence Day. But yeah, July 3rd, one sold. But look at July 2nd. Here's July 2nd. 6/4, so 12 for about $270.
There was a member of our Discord channel that bought in, I think at 160. And we discussed it, and it was pretty much, yeah, buy it now because it's only going to get worse.
Yep. I mean, you can see it's going up. Like July 1st, 270, 250, 250. Down here in June. Oh, with the 8%. Look at that. 210. So, yeah, it's going to be ugly. You got to be real ugly.
I really hope these sellers that are pre-selling can fill these orders.
Oh.
That would be really horrible if all these had to get canceled.
There you go. So, I mean, it just keeps going up. It was like 190, I guess, back on May 25th. And now we're sitting here at $270. So, yeah, it's going to be ugly. I mean, whether these hold up, I don't know. But, I mean, these people already bought it for this price.
Yep. Hope the game is good. I hope the game has flashy
24 packs in a booster box is what we got. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much they're gonna print. I mean, hopefully they do print a lot, but maybe they pull a Digimon or a One Piece and.
Oh, that would be so bad. It would be so bad if that happened, and I don't wish that on anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, if it does that, then good luck.
For me, I actually was considering getting into the Digimon card game around that time because a few of my friends were playing it. No way. And to be honest, I no, even now I wouldn't go play it.
Those are the good old days. I remember them. Like people calling each other scalpers, and the game's gonna die because there's not enough cards. You can't get in the hands of players. It all works out in the end.
Honestly, I think that was a legitimate fear.
Yeah, it's a fear, but
I was saying that exact thing, that if they don't do something and fix this problem, yeah, the game's gonna die on the players.
Yeah, but that's how it always is, and it hasn't died. Like as in, it's gonna. They're gonna say it with this game too. It'll be reprinted. There'll be enough, and it really just comes down to if people want to play it or not. So I'm not worried at all. I obviously think there's not going to be enough when it first comes out. It's going to probably be some insane price. And I say insane as anything above whatever it was supposed to be at. So I don't even know what it's supposed to be at this point. Is it supposed to be at 100? It's supposed to be at 100. If it's over 100, then yeah, it's an insane price at that point.
Yeah, I think it was around 100, like 120, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, so anything above that, insane price. Because again, it's coming out first time. They should have enough. They'll reprint it, obviously.
Does these current boxes for sale, I now that I'm thinking about it, I haven't noticed this, but did you catch if there was maybe a first edition or something like that?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either.
I thought they said something about it's been a while since I looked at it. I thought that this, no matter what happens, the reprint's going to be exactly the same. There's not going to be a differentiation. But again, I could be wrong. I thought I remember reading that from way back when. So, but I'm pretty sure because of what happened with the convention, they made it known that the first release of the booster box should not have this problem where, there's like some differentiation. So
Okay, well I mean, wow, that makes spending $300 a box even worse.
I thought so, anyways. But I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But it's been a while since I looked.
You say Booyah, nothing has come out over it. I mean, I'm sure it's going on. I'm sure lawyers are talking, and probably odds are it's going to release on day one, and Upper Deck's going to get some kind of shut up and take money fee.
Yeah, they're just gonna take some money. So yeah, I mean, I have no doubts in my mind. I know we're gonna hear. I know I'm gonna hear again. You can't get hands of the player. The thing's gonna die, but it's always worked out in the end. Like when it comes to the playability of it, with all the other games in the past 2 years, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if it turns out if the game actually plays good, it'll be a monster. It'll be a monstrous
Yeah, it really
success.
just comes down if it plays good. If people like playing it, it'll be fine. They'll print it. They'll get it out there. But as for like it
I mean, to be
dying because
honest,
it can't get in the
to be
player's
honest,
hands, I don't believe it.
it doesn't even need to play well, and it still could very possibly be a big hit.
Oh yeah, people would just buy it just to buy it. I mean, you saw what happened with Disney 100 and every Disney
Well,
100.
no, I was just going to refer to Pokemon and its 10% player base.
Oh yeah, well then that's
Uh-huh.
yeah, that's fine too. But even then, like the Weiss thing, right? People aren't
Yeah.
playing it; they're just collecting it.
Well, I mean, Pokemon and Lorcana both tap into that childhood memory thing.
Yeah, Disney 100 too.
Weiss caters to you know, what most of the sets cater to waifu, seasonal waifu and things like that, where, you know, Lorcana, Pokemon are really digging into that nostalgia, and probably nostalgia stronger. So more people are gonna jump on board.
Yeah, no matter what, like you don't need players for the Disney sets. Like
No,
in any game, not even a game. Like
I think I've seen in all the tournament reports for Disney that's come out since Disney 100. I think I've only seen it played twice.
what place do you think Final Fantasy is in? I don't know. I don't know about that one. What place is Final Fantasy in?
It has from my understanding, has a very, very, very strong cult following. So it's doing very well, but it's very niche.
I'd agree.
So the people who buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. But kind of like kind of like Dragon Ball Super, it does really well. Single sales do really well on it because the player base that plays it buys it. White Sack King, one of our former stores ran it. And I know of many other stores that run it.
$290. How is that even a thing? Oh, okay. Never mind. I was like, this booster box case is $292. Here, whatever. There's the math. $292.24 for 4 booster boxes. I guess because the value of a sealed
Yep.
case.
Yep.
We don't know drop rate, so that might matter. That might not matter.
Yeah, having that stop tape matters to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, we as Weiss people can't talk about, you know, yeah, the seal case matters in our game, and people probably are worried that Lorcana is going to be the same way.
Yeah, case is only 4 boxes.
I'm
That
sure
is
single
one solid price there. 1168.99. That definitely should have been a candidate for yeah, buying it on the June 30th. That would have been a good candidate. Okay, well, that is it. It is really late at this point. This is longer, way longer than I wanted to be here. Not that I wanted to be here, but my body is saying no. So I think that is. It could. I mean, most of these could be investors, but you never really know. There's some people that just wanted it. Like, I don't want to speak on behalf of the Discord member, right? But I don't know if he was investing in it. So there's people that genuinely wanted this stuff. Right? I think I wholeheartedly believe that some people had just wanted it, and they wanted to have it on day one. Right? This thing was nuts.
I mean, I'm with Lurkana. I'm kind of on a wait and see. I want to see when my LGS schedules the events, and I want to see
Yeah, there's
and I want to
definitely
play a
people
game.
gonna.
I want to play the game and see if I actually like playing it.
Yeah,
And
there's
if
definitely gonna be
both of
people
those
flipping this thing, but
both of those check out, I'll probably jump in.
yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be another fun thing for August when that comes out, and then officially for September. Right? Yeah, pre-release
I guess it
August,
also,
September
uh,
release. Wait, August.
it also kind of
September.
depends on cost because I have to be careful with that.
On
I put
what?
too much. I put too waifus. I value waifus more than Disney. So
Yeah. Yep.
my
Okay.
entertainment budget only goes so far.
Yeah, well, at least you have one. So make sure you stick to it. But anyways, that is it for me. I am going to sleep now. So let me save the winners so that I don't have to forget that for tomorrow. Shrine winners. So again, if you were one of the people that won the cards, email me your address. If you want a gift card, you'll get that probably Wednesday because I'm busy tomorrow. So just it'll be coming on Wednesday, right? All right. Well, have fun tomorrow, everybody. Don't do anything horrible. Don't blow off your hand or anything like that. Have a lot of fun. Eat lots of hot dogs and hamburgers. And I will see you on the next video, right? Thanks,
Yep.
Audrey.
Everybody next week.
Cool. See ya.